What's up, everybody? This is another episode of Death Metal Podcast. This is the Florida Death Metal Edition, 1983 to 1992. We got a couple esteemed fucking guests. We're going to talk strictly about the old school in this. We're going to show old flyers, demos, all kinds of cool stuff. We got some guests backstage. They didn't ask for anything more than the green M&Ms. Start the show with a song until the other guest is ready. And then I hope you guys will enjoy the show. Like, comment, and subscribe, all that fun stuff. Leave comments after the show. So we'll start this off with a little tunage, and then we'll get into the talk. This is going to be a heavy hitter, so stick around or whatever. Florida. right, so this is Death Metal Podcast. We got Cam tonight. That's right, it's a treat. What's up, Necron? How's it going, brother? Love the show, too. What's up, Florida, right? Cam the fucking master. That's right, we got Cam backstage, actually. Should be killer? Yes, indeed. You're home for Death Metal Podcast? Awesome. So we're going to bring Cam on. I'm waiting for Mark Odechuck to figure out how to work a computer. So this episode of Death Metal Podcast is specifically going to be about Florida death metal in the early days. The reason that this was kind of something that was in my head for a while was I would talk to Mark Odechuck on the phone, and he would tell me that he and his brother and I guess maybe Ray and some other people from Florida, Bob White, that these guys would go to some of the earliest death metal shows in Florida, where it evolved from Savatage and Nasty Savage to Mantas to Death to Exekutioner on, And these guys would be at some of the earliest death metal shows there is. So you have a living document here of Death Metal Podcast, where we bring on people with the fucking receipts, you know what I'm saying? So I hope everybody will enjoy this. We have Cam backstage. We're going to bring him live here. What's up, Cam? How's it going, brother?
What's up? How's it going?
Thank you for joining Death Metal Podcast.
Hey.
So tonight, like I said, we're going to try to focus on talking mostly about like old shows, old days, what brought the formation of death metal to Florida in specifics, And Cam, I don't think I could really have a better guest because, amongst people, yeah, they hail you as like the first death metal vocalist,
I appreciate that. I don't like to think that myself because there was a bunch of us doing it at the same time, but
right.
It's also sometimes it's a title that you don't want to dismiss because it's kind of I'm proud of it. So it's like something I don't want to go, nah, but I am proud of it,
Yeah. And were you like a thrash or Iron Maiden fan at the time and you just wanted to go a little more aggressive with the Vox?
Actually, I was a punk fan.
Okay.
So I'm coming from a completely like different, genres, different styles. I was more kind of like, I guess you call it early horror punk DB fan. I was into the Misfits and Samhain or Samhain, however you want to pronounce it. And then I was in a Discharge and stuff like that, the D beat, and I was like GBH and stuff like that. And that's kind of like how I met Mark Odechuck, actually, was because Mark and his brother Matt, they especially Matt was really into the punk scene, and there was a lot of punk bands back in the day in the area, the Brandon area. I remember like Belching Penguins and stuff like that, and we would go to shows, and I kind of met them through that. That and our them, of course.
What age were you guys at that time, just out of curiosity?
I believe I was 17, 17, 18, because I had just so this was like 85, 86 when I had moved from Altamont Springs, pretty much. That's where we started with when Death, or if you want to go back to Mantas, if you want to go as far back to this, that's where it all started. Now
we want to talk about that, but I'm curious.
So and then I moved out to near Seffner, Florida, which is kind of outskirts of Bradenton and all that stuff, and I knew some of the people there from going to the show. You had mentioned something about the early Savatage shows, the Nasty Savage shows and all that. And yes, we'd all go there. Myself, Chuck, and Freddie, we'd take that ride, that 80-something mile ride from Orlando all the way to Tampa, because during that time, there was no metal scene.
Right.
I just recently saw an interview with Gene Hoglan talking about how it was when he started, when he was in high school and Dark Angel, and how he was hated, and he started talking about stuff. I'm like, wow, man, it doesn't matter where you were. It sounds the same, because he's talking about all the Motley Crue guys and all the hair metal guys and how they hated his band, hated Dark Angel, hated Slayer. And they said the same exact shit that they were saying to us, which was like, that stuff is horrible. It's never going to go anywhere.
Right.
And I look at it now and I'm laughing because it's like 40-something years later, and it's the staple. Death metal is the staple of metal music today.
underground.
It is literally. It is.
Yeah.
It is. It's there. I mean, yes, there's always heavy metal, and I respect heavy metal. And then you have thrash, and you got to respect that. But when it comes to death metal and what bands are trying to do now, all of it just falls back. It's like a domino. It just falls back to
and a good unity in our scene too. Almost like the punk, what they consider the punk and hardcore scene to have a lot of unity. I don't know about that. Because you go to a show there and you get punched in the face for you know someone dancing. I'm cool with that, but like just other reasons say. So there ain't that much unity at the hardcore shows as there, especially in New York. I can only breathe.
Yeah, it's flipped because back in the 80s, it was more where that scene had more of the unity,
right?
And metal was kind of seemed to be like
outcasts, goth kids, hanging out doing satanic rituals by themselves.
Yeah,
and shit.
Seemed to be separated, and now it's kind of like reversed. Now it's kind of like there's more unity in this scene. And I see a lot of respect, especially because I, obviously travel and I go overseas, and a lot of stuff I see overseas and especially South America, there's a lot of respect and a lot of unity where it's not just like little pockets, like a lot of stuff now. There's like, okay, there's a genre pocket here and a genre pocket there. If you can't like this type of metal if you like that type of metal.
Right.
It's not like that everywhere else. It's like you go to South America, everybody likes it as long as it's evil. I mean, they love it. They love it. The more darker it is, the more evil.
They want it demonic.
Yeah.
Anti-Christian, Yeah.
All
right. A lot of people checking in, saying hi, Cam, Bob, Kelly, under something, Kyle P saying what's up. What's up? 426 Cam the Master says this is Sam from Hideous Mangalus.
Oh, Sam. Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, how's
it going? We're in Spirit World, asshole. What's up, brother? How's it going? Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in, Scott. You got the same white Rochavore shirt? Awesome, brother. So there's another song on this rehearsal tape. If you look at the heading on it, it said it's unreleased song, though. Is it?
It is. It was never finished. It's an incomplete... and I actually think it's one of the best songs we wrote back then.
We're going to have to play it just for the sake of this.
It was an incomplete song. It's funny. It's like somebody had asked me this the other day. I saw somebody posted something about Inhuman Condition, and they're like, "Hey, can you give me the Inhuman Condition lyrics?" I'm like, I sat for years and I tried to figure it out. I'm like, you probably have better lyrics than I do because I didn't have lyrics. I just went into the studio and I said whatever came to my head, and probably half of that stuff is not even words. So people are trying to figure out what word is that. It's not a word. It just whatever. It just came out because, and then, but the reason I brought that up is the same thing with this song that you're going to play is a lot of it was just right off the top of my head. There was no lyrics. It was just like I knew a song title. I knew what I wanted to write about. A big horror nerd, so I wanted to write some horror stuff. And I think this particular song is based on the Tombs of the Blind Dead.
Okay.
So it was based on the first scene in the Tombs of the Blind Dead. There's like the evil, Templars, and they're torturing people, and they had this one woman on the rack, and I believe
she had on the VHS back then already.
Yeah. I believe she had a nice rack too. So I think it was like something like that. So I just came up with the title Upon the Rack of Pain, and.
All right, here we go. Then we're gonna play it. I'm gonna text Mark, and we'll see where he's at. All right.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. There we go. Cool, man. Yeah, so maybe that'll be on the next record because you heard it here.
Yeah, I mean,
you're like, oh, you know what? I have an old song we could bring back from the
yeah, I should do that. I'm working on some splits right now. I could probably do that.
Yeah. Can you talk to me, like about the whole like Mantas and joining Mantas? Because obviously, Mantas and Death are like, even amongst the earliest tape traders and the earliest like underground death metal, this was the Covenant shit. This was the stuff that inspired a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, because it was 83, it was the end of 83, going into 84.
Right.
I first got together with Freddie because, I met him in school. And like back then in high school, it's for some reason because, metal nerds or, music nerds, we would just bring vinyl to school.
Right.
And it would be kind of like a show off kind of thing, hey, look what I got this week. And I think I remember our art class teacher was really cool. She's like really, like a hip chick back then, like a old hippie chick. So she's like, hey, if you guys want to listen to some music, just bring it in. And she had a, little phonograph, so we could play records. So it was cool. And I'm in art class one time, and I'm just drawing and sketching and stuff. And I'm drawing all kinds of demons and stuff, and devils and stuff, and skulls and stuff, and because I was the weird kid,
as we do in art. That's what I got.
Yeah, I mean, it was either band logos or or just skulls and stuff. And I'm paint just sketching away, and Fred comes over and he slides the Iron Maiden Killers album over to me, like over the table. He goes, "Hey, you think you can draw this?" And I look at it and I see Eddie for the first time, and I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah, I can draw this. This is cool. So I start, just fucking around, and I sketch out Eddie, with a cheesy, sketch pen and stuff like that. And we started just talking from that point. And
with the vinyl on.
yeah, I think we did have it. I think she put. Well, I know during that time she loved Queen, and she'd always play Queen. So she'd have Queen on in the background, and once in a while, just towards the end, like the last 10 minutes, one of us get to throw some vinyl on, and I think we threw on the Maiden.
Yeah. You had a fight between like Olivia Newton-John or like
in between stuff like that. Yeah, it was pretty weird. But
Michael Jackson 45s.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, the 80s were eclectic. I mean, but that's what led to death metal. All that eclecticness, Yeah. But I think it was like that, and then there was a local record shop, everybody would go to. And I would save up all week. I was a poor kid, so I'd save up all my lunch money. I wouldn't buy lunch and stuff. So and I was really into plasmatics back then. And during that time, I knew that Metal Priestess had come out because I saw an ad for it, I think in Hit Parader or something like that.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, man, I got to get that. And I went purposely to get that album. And the guy that ran the record shop, he's like, he knew I'd like obscure stuff. And back then, you didn't know. That was like the stuff you just go through.
Just the cover only.
Yeah, and you just go by the cover. Yeah, you're just like, what's cool? What's on the cover? And I remember I had the Metal Priestess under my arm, and I'm going through stuff, and he comes over, and he's like, "You like this stuff, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah." I think he called it devil music. You like his devil music stuff, right? And I'm like, "Yeah, that's cool." But I was more, like I said, I was more of a punk kid. So he's like, "I think you'll like this." So he has me come over to the thing. Now, this was a cool record shop because it was very rare, but this was one of the cool record shops. He had 3 turntables set up,
right? Listening,
and you literally could go and listen.
Most places didn't let you hear anything.
Yeah, this was one of the first ones that he'd let you do that. So I go over and he's like, "You gotta check this out." So I put the headphones on. He's like, he pulls this out and he pulls this thing on, and he puts on this record, and it's Venom. It's Welcome to Hell, and he puts in League with Satan, and I guess he's trying to see if I'm gonna like back off and go, "Oh, this is too much" or whatever. I don't know what he was trying to do. He's just staring at me, like got that grin on his face.
He wanted the reaction.
Yeah, and I'm like, "What is this?" And so he holds up the brown mustard colored cover, and I'm like looking at it, and I'm like, okay, just and if it's just really simple. It's just got the goat, pentagram on the front.
Right.
And I turn it over, it's just black and white background, and there's these 3 guys out on the beach, and I know that I'll never forget that famous, Cronus has got the axe, I think, in his hand, and they're all sitting there and I'm like, this is the coolest shit I've ever heard in my life. I'm like, yeah. So I put the Metal Priestess back, and I went and I wanted that, and I bought that, and I bought the first Venom, and it was funny because he said, hey, if you come back next week, I'll have their new album. And I'm like, okay. So I went home and I just listened to, the first Venom album over and over and over again. And I contacted Freddie. I said, you got to check this out. And at the time, he had gone and gotten stuff like Anvil and stuff like that. And he's like, yeah, I want you to come over and listen to this. And I would go over his house because his house was on the way home from school. So it was easy for me to just stop in over there and on my way home. So I'd stop in over there, listen to a couple albums. And I remember him playing Anvil for me. And then we played the Venom. And I was like, man, I want to be in a band like this. I want to do this. And he's like, oh, let's try it. And we just started working stuff. But the thing was really hard was at his house, he had nowhere to rehearse, nowhere to practice, nothing. And at my house, it was really difficult because I had the evil stepfather. I had that jerk in my life. So we tried to do it at my house a couple times, and we'd go up in the room, set up. I had my drum set in my room, and he'd set up. And as soon as we start, boom, lights will go off. He was that kind of jerk. He'd go and shut the power off. Yeah. So it was like, okay, we tried a couple times doing that stuff, and then it just didn't work. But at the time, we started writing songs, and the very first song that we wrote together was a song called "Rise of Satan." Okay. And it's a very Venom, and that's literally how we started out. We didn't have a name. We didn't call ourselves Mantas at the time. We didn't really have a name.
Right. You're just jamming with your friends.
Yeah, we're just jamming, and then I think we learned Teacher's Pet. Oh, because by that time black metal came out. Because I had gone back the next week and gotten black metal from the record, and we were just blown away. We're like, this is great. So we learned Teacher's Pet, and I think we learned Poison. Poison was actually the first song we learned. I'll never forget. It was one of the first songs we learned. And, we learned a couple others, and then we just were like, let's write some stuff of our own. So we wrote a song called Rise of Satan. And then, but we had that problem. We had nowhere to practice. We couldn't go at his house, and we couldn't do it at my house because of my, stepfather. And then it was the New Year's Eve. It was, going into 84. It was New Year's Eve of 83 going into 84. And I remember he went to a party. And we went to one high school. It was called Lake Brantley High School. We went to Lake Brantley High School, and he's like, we never went to the Lake Brantley High School parties because they were lame. Because I just, a bunch of jocks and just, preppies. Yeah. We weren't like, not our scene. But there was this other school called Lyman High School, was, that was the closest school to us, and all their parties were always kick-ass because not only it was Lyman and also there was another school called Winter Park. I always went to the Winter Park parties because Winter Park, for some reason, back in the 80s, had the hottest goth girls ever. And I'd always go, I'm going to Winter Park parties. So it just ended up, he ended up going to this Lyman High School party, and it was New Year's Eve, and I was kind of bummed. I don't remember why, but I was just like, yeah, I don't want to go. So he ended up going, and he calls me the next day. He goes, hey, man, I met this guy at the party, and he's really into the same music we are. And I'm like, okay, cool. And he starts telling me about him. He's like, and here's the best thing. And I'm like, what? He goes, he's got a garage.
Right.
And that was it, man. I mean,
shit.
Yeah, that was it. I mean, we remember just talking on the phone. We got together. We planned to kind of get together, and we got together and met Chuck and, went over, saw his garage. We hung out that day, talked about stuff, and I said, oh, this is great. Let me go, borrow my mom's van. Let me go grab my drums. And I went down, got my mom's van, drove back, brought my drums over. And it was on a weekend. I remember Saturday night. And then that night, we said, hey, let's kind of go out and celebrate. So if we're going out and celebrating, just getting together, just talking all day. I mean, you remember when you're young and you meet somebody new, you talk all day. It's only like 4 or 5 hours, but it seems like it's enormous. It seems enormous. Yeah, it's a big thing. So we're sitting there talking 4 or 5 hours. We didn't really jam. We didn't even jam because we were like just excited,
just enamored with each other. Yeah.
And then we decided, hey, let's go out and celebrate. And up by Chuck's house, there was a drive-in movie theater. And I just happened to say, back then, a horror fan. I'm like, hey man, they're doing a double feature horror movie. Let's go check it out. It just happened to be Evil Dead.
Okay.
Yeah, it just happened to be the movie Evil Dead. And it was a double feature. It was the first film was called Nightmare, which is like a slasher film. And I remember we came in a little, missed the beginning of Nightmare, but I was just like, I loved it. We were watching it. Freddy's back there smoking cigarettes and, just drinking beer and talking, and Chuck is back and forth talking to me, and then Evil Dead comes on, and at first, we're just still talking, and then I suddenly became glued to it. Me and Chuck just sat there on the hood of the car, just glued to Evil Dead. And the next day, we go back. It was the Sunday after, we were still excited. We go back. I think I actually even stayed the night at Chuck's that time. And we get back together, and we're in the garage, and we just start, Freddie showing Chuck some riffs, Chuck showing him some riffs that he has. A lot of what Chuck showed him was Death by Metal, with the song that ended up becoming Death by Metal. And then he showed the riff for Legion of Doom, the beginning riff of Legion of Doom. We showed him, we had the song already, Rise of Satan. We started working on the song that would then become Mantas, and then another song that would become Demon's Flight. But the thing was, the one song we all worked together, simultaneously worked together, was the song Evil Dead. It was like, that was the fresh one. Out of all those songs, like everybody had little riffs here and there and then stuff like that, but the one that was just fresh, just right off, just out of everybody's mind was Evil Dead.
And you guys weren't even thinking about the vocals back then. You were just doing drums, right?
Yeah, when I was doing drums, and then I remember we were talking, like we had been like a week. There was a week from the time that Freddie told me about Chuck up to the next weekend. So there was a week in between. We had done a lot of talking on the phone and talking stuff. And I remember one of the bands that I was really impressed by was Exciter.
Right.
And I was like, damn, Dan Beeler is not only the drummer, but he's the vocalist. And I'm like, I wonder if I could do it. And at the time, I remember when we first got to Chuck's, Chuck only had a straight stand, like a straight mic stand. He didn't have a boom stand. Right. So I said, let me try the vocals. Let me try to do the vocals and do the drumming. I don't remember what song it was. I don't remember how we started.
Right.
But I remember we put a bucket, like a 5-gallon bucket down, and somehow rigged the mic so it would kind of lean over because it was a straight stand. So it would kind of lean over. And I was still playing because I was right-handed, so the mic's this way on this side of me, and I'm leaning like this, like I'm playing like this, but leaning into the mic like that. And I said, I said, that's how it started on that day. And then I remember saying, I've got to get a boom stand. And I think by the next weekend, somehow there was 2 guys that were involved also with Chuck that were Chuck's friends. They were the guys from Guillotine magazine, Mark and John. And I think John was also Mark was kind of like going to be a vocalist at one time. And he's like, oh, I got a boom stand. So he brings over his boom stand. And it went from that point on, the mic was simple. It was like, like this one. It was right there.
Yeah.
And it just kind of just started that way with just me drumming and just belting out whatever came off the top of my head. Because a lot of people say, what are the words to this or that? And I'm like, I don't know. Like Legion of Doom, at first there was no vocals. I mean, Legion of Doom, I remember, I know people are going to laugh at this, but Chuck, you got to remember how old we were. We're just teenagers still.
Teenagers.
And you got to remember, it's the 80s. So what was the big thing in the 80s Saturday morning cartoons? Was the Super Friends. Man, everybody watched the Super Friends back then. And what was the enemies of the Super Friends with, Lex Luthor and, all the villains of the, it was the Legion of Doom. That's what they were called. And I'm pretty sure that, Chuck said, let's call a song, Legion of Doom. And I'm like, okay, I'm not going to write it. I'm not going to write it about Lex Luthor, but okay. So since we were very Venom-like, very Venom-like, and that was the thing. I just tried to be as satanic as possible. And I just remember, I was a horror movie fan, so I'm doing that middle part, when we get to that middle part, and I'm thinking of every demonic name that I could think of from horror movies. So I'm like, Lucifer, Satan, Beelzebub, Amon. I'm just saying names that I don't even know what it's. I'm just
repeating. Just demonic.
Demonic demon
words
names
were coming out of you.
Yeah.
So that's you were playing demonic music, man.
Yeah, I mean that's literally how it started. A lot of our stuff was really cheesy lyrics that were like the Venom like lyrics, which are very cheesy as well. I mean,
were you guys comparing notes like with the records too, like with between you and Chuck and your friend?
Well, the very first thing that we really sat down with was it's right behind you, is that Show No Mercy.
Oh, Show No Mercy.
That literally I think Chuck at the time, because I was a tape trader. I had a friend that was in New York, and he was since I was a hardcore guy, he would send me tapes, hardcore stuff on side A. And side B, he'd like slip in some metal. He's like, man, I think you'll like this, And but Chuck was part of the Combat Records like mailing list, I think back then, or it might have been Metal Blade. It was either Metal Blade or Combat. I can't remember. And I remember he got Show No Mercy. I remember when he got it, and we sat down and listened to it together, and we're just like, this is it. This is what we got to do. We gotta switch it to be like this, It was a lot of like just getting stuff at the same time. Chuck was huge into Merciful Fate. That was a big thing, and I knew the Merciful Fate from Nuns Have No Fun, and I won't say it on the show, but what King spells out.
Like you said, we would bring records to school, or like we wouldn't own everything. It would be like, I'll tape you this, and you tape me that. You know what I mean? Yes,
exactly. That's how.
You buy the little fucking 2-pack of the 2 cassettes.
Yeah. Yeah, Miramax or Memorex. Memorex. Yeah, Memorex.
Exactly. And then you had certain things on cassette, but your friend had the vinyl. You had the vinyl of this, but they had it on cassette.
Yep.
And, mixed in a little bit of like trading with some, a lot of people tell me they got into like the more interviews I've done over time. There's a lot of people that say older brother, older cousin, etc. Dad.
Yeah.
etc. That was like the fucking catalysts,
Yeah. Yeah.
But that, like also, so Rick Rozz was not on the first release, or?
Yeah, he was.
Okay.
I call him by Freddie.
Oh, I gotcha. So when I was like, okay, Freddie, and then I'm like, was there like, what happened to Freddie?
Yeah, Frederick, I guess.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So I mean, and you guys, everyone had like guitars and equipment, and I guess at the time.
Yeah, that was the cool thing. I remember Chuck was a PV guy, so he had one of those PV amps, and that was cool that he had the PV amp because he had a 2-channel PV amp, so he would play through one channel, and we didn't have a PA, and I would sing through the other channel. So there'd be 2 channels on his head, and I sang through clean on through the other channel, and Freddie had his Marshall, and half stack and stuff like that, and I think it was just basically half stack guys who weren't.
And it said the first demos were all recorded with Freddie or Rick Rozz's
Panasonic boombox.
Boombox or whatever.
Yeah, it's a Panasonic boombox. Actually, all of the Mantas death rehearsals and demos were recorded, and as well as the Massacre stuff. The Massacre stuff you just played was recorded on that same boombox.
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah.
That was your studio.
Yeah, that was it. And that's why I'm not one of those guys now that I'm not a picky guy. Like now we're 40 years later, and I talk to guys, and I got guys in my band, and I got guys, they're like, oh, it's got to sound like this, and I'm like, you guys realize I'm the guy that like release shit on just a cassette
into the world.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need all this fancy shit. You don't need it. If your music sounds good enough, it'll cut through somehow. Right. You don't have to have all the. I mean, the cleaner you sound and make it, maybe it's for you. You can, you like it. You can hear yourself, but really, it doesn't matter. If you've got the passion, it's going to show, and it doesn't matter. At the time,
I'm sure you guys were taping that stuff for yourselves, basically, right?
Yeah, it was us taping it, and it was Mark and John. I'll bring those guys back up again because those guys were the guys that really put it out because they were doing a fanzine back then. It was really rare to have those little hand fanzines. Were just it was A4, so they were just taking an 8x11, folding it in half, and putting staples in the middle. So they were doing their fanzine, and they were really good friends with Nasty Ronnie. And Nasty Ronnie was, Nasty Savage doesn't get, Ronnie, I should say, Ronnie doesn't get the credit he deserves because Ronnie really was, and Nasty Savage really was. They were the guys that really, if there's anyone or any one band to look to where this all started, even though it's not, they're different, they're not death metal, they were the ones that brought us all together because all of us were going together to their shows. You know, like you had mentioned, there was the Sabotage shows, it was the Nasty Savage shows, and that's what brought everyone together.
Siren?
Yeah.
What about Siren?
Yeah. We were all brought together just for those shows, and that's how everyone met everyone. You know, and you got to you got to meet everyone at those shows because the place Ruby's was a small dive. It was I think there was enough room for maybe one. It was a bar, and I think there was a pool table, and there was a little area and the stage. That was it,
right.
And the bathrooms, and that was it. And literally, it was no bigger than maybe 2 garages put together. But we would crowd in there. There was no air. I remember I actually like at the Sabotage show was so hot that I got dehydrated and passed out because I was so dehydrated in the pit. But this was like back in the day where it was dangerous. This is like where they still gave you glass. They gave you glass bottles and glass pitchers, and that shit would get broken. I mean, you see the hardcore kids now with their punching each other, doing pit karate and stuff.
Right.
That's pretty brutal. But when you're doing a pit and you're headbanging, people don't even do that no more, but you're headbanging and there's broken glass on your knees because you're like, it's all over the place. I mean, it's broken glass, beer, sweat, blood.
How many people would be at this, just out of curiosity?
It would be
like 20 or 30 people? Or
no, at a Nasty Savage show, it was sold out every time.
Okay.
It was if Nasty Savage was playing, it was sold out. And you couldn't barely get in. And you'd have to like struggle just to get out the front door just to get some air. And it like I said, there was no air conditioning in there. It was just a sweat pit. It was just and it would be crowded all the time. And we were always up front, us, right. Mark Odechuck, those guys always up front because, everybody wanted to be up front. Even the guys in Morbid Angel,
right.
They were, and I'm talking about like, that's like Mike Browning and Trey.
Right.
They were there.
You guys were all taking your lessons.
Yeah. I mean, literally we're just there just to see stuff. And Morbid Angel was around at the time. But they weren't where they are. They weren't the kind of like death metal that they are now. We were all proto death metal at the beginning.
Yeah, and you got to start somewhere in the garage.
Yeah, and
yourselves.
I still I thank Trey to this day because of all the guitar players I've ever known. Trey was the guy that I went to actually taught me how to play guitar. I mean, I didn't know how to play guitar, and Trey was the one that sat down. I went to his house a couple of times. He's like, "Hey, play this riff," and he showed me how to hold a pick. He showed me literally how to where the chords were. I mean, it was Trey. Trey's the one that taught me how to play guitar.
That's cool. That's awesome, man. Good shit, brother. I'm gonna play another song, and then we're gonna go try to get Mark on here.
Okay.
Bile said he's on the phone with Mark, but
okay.
So we're gonna I'm gonna move into playing some Massacre actually.
All right.
Actually, no. We're going to play some Exekutioner. So it says this was from 85, though.
Yeah.
Those guys hung out, too?
I didn't hang out with them as much. I mean, Alan West, of course I did. But then, Alan, left the band, left Massacre.
Yeah.
And then went to do Exekutioner. So, but, I knew Alan. I didn't really know the other guys. The other guys were more... I knew Frank, but that was about it. Alan and
so
Frank.
Exekutioner, if anyone doesn't know, is pre-Obituary. And this... is their first demo.
Okay.
There we have it. That was Exekutioner, basically, which was pre-Obituary. Any stories? You saw them, or?
Yeah, it's just weird listening to that song. I haven't heard that since back then, and I was like, man, this is really like proto-Obituary.
Metal.
Yeah, but it's like it has so much thrash like influence in it. You could totally hear it, and you can hear like other like metal during that era. I saw somebody
Turn your phone the other way.
I saw someone mention the Celtic Frost type riffs, and that's because it's Alan. You know, if Alan had any writing on that, he definitely.
All right, we have our other guest has to join the building. We got to teach him how to internet, but it's all good. So we have Mark's fixing his phone now.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was pre. So on a lot of the flyers of the earlier death metal shows, you see Exekutioner mixed in the mix, and then eventually sliding over towards Obituary stuff. Is there any other bands that don't get mentioned that you remember from like the 85, 86?
Hellwitch was definitely. I mean, Pat was just like everywhere back then, and
right.
I mean, he literally like. You know, and then Necrophagia. You know, I don't think Killjoy gets enough. You know, credit.
Right.
Which is sad. You know, I mean, 84 that first demo, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
And you know,
what about Floridian bands? Anything else?
Just Floridian bands. You
out
know,
of curiosity.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. I'm trying to think. You know, well, Pain Eater. You know, yeah, yeah. So
they came later.
Yeah.
You talking about the earlier bands?
Yeah, like the bands that played with maybe a band that played with Nasty Savage or something.
Okay, so as far as early metal goes, there wasn't much. You know, it was traditional metal, individuals that were influenced by. They were either the individuals that were into like Scorpions, Priest, and Iron Maiden. Yep. But then there was a few, you know, some of these like Nasty Savage, they were hugely influenced by new wave of British heavy metal bands, and they would do covers like Holocaust. You had a couple of other bands from Brandon, Florida, like Siren, like Ed Aborn. He was into new wave of British heavy metal. So it was some with the thrash metal and the early death metal.
Yeah, it had everything at a cross. It was like heavy metal, thrash metal, you know, a little faster, a little faster, death metal.
Exactly. So you had like Oblivion. The early bands in Tampa before death metal, you had Oblivion, you had, you know, you guys had already mentioned Nasty Savage, Avatar, who became Savatage.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, there was some of those bands. Argus was another one.
Oh yeah, yeah, I remember Argus. Yep.
So where did you step into the show scene and because you obviously started a band later in life? But where did you first like kind of discover like, oh, I'm gonna go with a friend or by myself to go watch these bands play at some hall or show or club or what?
I started going to shows around 81, like local shows. You know, like, you know, they say, you know, they talk about Tampa death metal, but the suburbs outside of Tampa where a lot of that was going on was Brandon, Florida.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's where you had bands like, you know, like Oblivion, Siren, Nasty Savage, Obituary was from there. Pain Eater was from there. So there was a handful of, like, I went to school with Terry Butler and Bill Andrews.
Okay.
And like early on for me and my brother, we would just buy records. Like we would tighten the belt, not eat that good. All the money would go toward buying records.
I feel like this is a similar story for me too, because I spent all my fucking money on.
Oh no, absolutely, absolutely. So like, I didn't even have a car for a while. It's like, all right, I won't buy a car and have a car payment, so we can put more records into the collection. Me and my brother Matt. So there was a record store in Tampa that we would always go to. There was a guy, Fred Dregeshin.
Yep, Fred. Yep.
And he was into punk. He was into metal. He was into gothic new wave. He had really good musical tastes. And a friend of his, he was a guy you'd see at the local shows, Divinoy. When I was in like 8th and 9th grade, he was the janitor.
Okay.
So couldn't always make it out to Tampa. The way that I would usually get to Tampa would be Steve Swanson. His mom sometimes would take us out there. you know, every couple of weeks or something. But the janitor, D. Vinoy, I would give him the money. So when I'm leaving campus, I would go to the janitor's room. He'd hand me a bag of records. I would pay him and just walk off of campus. And kids would be, oh, what's in the bag? I was like, oh, some records. Oh, let me check them out. I probably know them. I probably know these bands. I go, no, you won't know these. Like, yeah, let me check them out. And, you know, it'd be something like Night of the Demon by Demon. They see the album cover. They're like, whoa, what is this stuff? I was like, a lot of it's just foreign metal.
Right.
Obscure.
Where were you finding out about that stuff? From Hit Parader? Because there wasn't much back then. It was like Cream and Hit Parader and nothing else.
Kerrang.
Yeah, Kerrang.
Early disciple of the Kerrang.
Yeah.
Kerrang was a great source for that.
So Metal Forces became my source later because the Pen Bangers thing, you know, they had that section in the beginning or where the fuck it was. It'd be on the back of the poster where it had everyone's little address and it says, "I listened to." These
Metal Forces was a huge one too.
Yeah, exactly. Metal Forces.
Connecting with people through there. Like, I don't think I would be into the underground if it wasn't for like a Metal Forces, you know?
Oh, exactly. Yeah, I mean, Kerrang was out, you know, that was a foreign magazine. So, you know, a lot of people didn't carry it. And that was before death metal started, thrash metal and death metal. But yeah, then people started doing, like you said, Metal Forces, you know, some of these like pretty good quality magazines that covered, you know, lots of obscure metal. So.
Yeah, or any fanzines or anything from either of you guys back then? Did you remember? As you said, your friends did one.
Kick-Ass Monthly, I think, was one, and then I mean there was Guillotine. That was Mark and John.
Yeah, those guys are great.
Yeah, those guys were really they opened a lot of like, you know, a lot of us to that stuff. And then the tape trading, you know, like I had a friend Kevin from New York, like I said, and I met him at school, and then he, you know, same kind of situation. We came from divorced families, so we hit it off on that. You know, he was living with his dad, I was living with my dad, and then I got forced to go live with my mom, and so did he. So we had like a lot in common, and just started tape trading. And then when he went back to New York, I kept in touch with him, and he was the one that was sending me all the New York hardcore stuff. So I was getting like Agnostic Front and, you know, Cro-Mag stuff, you know, way before the albums came out, because he was sending me this stuff, and I was like, oh, this is great. This is like my stuff. And that's about the same time I met Mark, you know, and we were kind of getting into the same stuff at the same time. And I remember, now this is crazy. A lot of people don't know about this, but there is a rare video of it out there. Back just before the last show I played with Chuck in Death, and we played a show, was we opened for the band Battalion of Saints. And there's a video of it out there on YouTube. It's really awful, and like the person who took the video was so far away in the back you could barely see, and it's like the video, I mean, the video's all, you know, it's doing all that, but you know, it's just myself and Chuck playing that show. Rick was already expelled from the band, and that was the time when Matt Oliva and Scott from Repulsion, but back then they were Genocide, they were down. And again, it was this thing where I was playing and doing the vocals, and they didn't have a boom stand. So Matt Oliva is literally holding the mics for me during that show. He's like literally holding it. So that was the last show we played, but that was because, you know, you didn't play metal shows. Massacre's first shows were not metal shows. We opened for DRI or Agnostic Front, or we played a lot of those shows. But
yeah, we got some flyers on those too.
Yeah,
that I put in the archive here.
So that Battalion of Saints show,
like
which show was that?
Nasty Savage, DRI, Sick of It All.
That Battalion of Saints show was in a place called Longwood, Florida, which was very close to Chuck's house.
Look at this oldie.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Impaler. That was the other band, Impaler. Yeah,
Impaler, Massacre at the Armory in Tampa. I've heard of that place too. The Armory. They had more than one show there.
Yeah, there was quite
1986.
Yep.
Talk to me about this.
As far as these like local zines, a great local zine was Ripping Headaches.
Yes, I remember Ripping Headaches. Yes,
that was a great one.
Yep.
And I actually came across a zine last night. Let me grab.
Yeah, they were the ones that did the Rigid Records, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, as far as As far as like the whole like Mantas death changeover too, like could you talk to that a little bit?
Well,
Yeah,
real quick, I found this zine last night.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
funny.
We got
First
that. I got some of
edition.
those on deck too.
Yeah,
we got a few of those on deck. We're going to talk
Some
about
Kam Lee artwork.
Yep.
Oh,
I
shit.
mean, look at that right there. Fantastic art.
Yeah, that's
Thank
fantastic.
you. Thank you. So yeah, so we weren't. The crazy thing is we weren't Mantas very long. Not
Right.
even we weren't even Mantas for a year. I mean, we kind of got together. The name didn't come out till we were just like, we got to play a show. What are we going to call it? And the very first show, and we don't have a flyer for it, and there's nothing for it. There's no recording of it. But the very first show we ever played was at a Showbiz Pizza.
Mm.
Because back in the 80s, they used to take, on Friday nights, they would take these, they had probably some pedo, came up with the idea to make these like Showbiz Pizza into like a teen club, you know, on a Friday night from like 7 to 9. You only got 2 hours, you know. You come in at 7 o'clock, they close down everything, they turn off the animatronics. I mean, literally, this was pre, Five Nights at Freddy, but it literally could have been the plot to Five Nights at Freddy. So they turned this stuff down and they turned it into like a teen club for 2 hours. And we got our first gig ever as Mantas. And I think we didn't have a name till that show. We're like, we got to call ourselves something. And I think Fred was like, well, we're like Venom, let's just call ourselves Mantas. And he named himself we named it after Jeff Mantas. So we're like, okay, we'll just go with it. So we just went with that. And then Mark and John from Guillotine magazine, they went with it. Like they literally went with it. They took they started taking the rehearsal tapes and started trading them. And this because they wanted something to kind of like push Guillotine. I'm saying Comatose. They wanted to push Guillotine magazine, and they also wanted to tape trade as well. So they wanted something fresh to have out there. So they were just trading whatever rehearsals we'd have. Because literally we would put those, like you had said earlier, we put those tapes in just so we could run through the songs 4 or 5 times so we could just feel. And that's why sometimes if some people will listen, some of the songs sound a little bit different. There might be an extra measure to Evil Dead, or might be cut shorter because we were just trying to feel it out. So a lot of that early stuff, or a lot of those early rehearsals are just us jamming. It's just literally just jamming in the garage.
With this though, like you had this was like considered your cover at the time?
Yeah, that was actually taken down the street. They were wearing spandex, and I refused. I absolutely. If you see any other old pictures of me, I'm always in cutoff camos or shorts. Okay. And I'm like, I'm going to wear shorts, and they're like, no, you got to wear some pants. And I'm like, I don't own pants, man. It's Florida. Who fucking owns pants in Florida? I mean, I'm like, I'm a little skate punk. You can see my Vans are on. I'm like, I'm not wearing, anything. And Chuck's like, well, I got a pair of pants you can wear. And he comes out with this white spandex pants. And I'm like, really, man? I got to wear that? And I'm like, so, we go down the street. And this is literally on the same street of Chuck's house, this wall.
Okay.
Because there is right down the street from him is a water filtering plant. And this is literally in front. This is the wall in front of the water filtering plant. And you can still go there to this day. People that go to Citrus, that come and want to see Chuck's house, they drive past that wall because that water, filtering plant is there. So that wall's still there. I don't know if the actual,
What about the title of the Death by Metal?
Well, like I said, we had a song Chuck was working on, and that's the song Death by Metal. And because it was that time frame, it wasn't like lyrically. I just was like, okay, let me think of like what could that be about? Right. And again, I'm a big horror movie fan, so I loved all the everything from Italian Fulci stuff to the Spanish stuff like Tombs of the Blind Dead. And for some reason back then, I was just enthralled with everything with the Templars. I just thought that was the coolest shit. And I was like, I don't know. So if the Templars went to battle and they're fighting, and they're like in this, fighting their
slow motion on the fucking
it's like you see the swords and literally that's like where the title came from, is just thinking of like warring Templars fighting demons and stuff, and that's literally like what it was meant. And it wasn't like we were trying to say this is the style of music, we weren't saying this was death metal.
Yeah,
we were really
But let me ask you though. I have to say though, sorry to cut you off, Mark. I mean, this is kind of fucking very black metalish,
Yeah, it was.
Black metal wasn't even like a thing then, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it was. I mean, there was like, I think Blasphemy was maybe around that time, or just coming out at that time from Canada. And I think, you know, of course, Quorthon. But literally that whole, like, that whole idea right there is go look at the Samhain first album.
Oh, true. Yeah.
And that's literally because I was such a Samhain Misfits fan, I said, let's throw us Fake Blood. And we like first, this is the second shot. We first tried it with Ketchup. It didn't work. And that's actually what's behind you. What's behind us is that's the proto-death logo. You can see the D and the H.
Yeah, I do see that.
And if you look at the top where all those stains are, that's Ketchup. And the ketchup was awful. It's like, ugh, I am not doing this. And then I said, you know, my dad knows a lot about stuff. Let me call him, my real dad. And I called him. I said, hey, Dad, how do I make fake blood? And he's like, oh, it's easy. Just go get corn syrup and red food coloring.
Okay.
So we kind of like mixed it up, went into the grocery store. I think it was in Albertsons at the time, right down from Chuck's. We bought the, you know, curl syrup and red food coloring, came back and mixed it all up and just spit it all over ourselves. And there you go.
There you go. I mean, that's an epic photo, though, for the ages, you know?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Especially, you know, now. You know what I mean? Like, when you look at this now, it's so much, like, different because it's like, this is fucking over 40 years ago?
Yeah.
So it's like over fucking
84.
40 fucking years ago, you guys look like fucking maniacs, you know?
Oh, absolutely. I remember it was a Nasty Savage show. And we had never seen him before, but, you know, it was Chuck, Rick, and Cam. So we go up and we're talking to them. They're like, yeah, we play in a band. It's called Mantas. Here's our demo. And they told us the type of music. And, you know, back then you only had a few bands on Earth. You know, you had Creator, Sodom, Hellhammer, Venom, Slayer. So it was very limited, and they were into describing it as quite heavy. So finally got to go home and listen to it, and it was just amazing because there were so few bands on planet Earth at that time. So they finally, when they switched to death, played, I guess, their first official death show was back in Tampa with Nasty Savage. And I was just fucking floored. And it was just beautiful. And there was like some rocker guys next to me, and they're laughing and pointing. And I'm like, am I fucking missing something? It's literally like an accident. And the dead body goes through the windshield laying in the street. And you're like, oh my God, it's gruesome. And what are you talking about? There's nothing there. I don't see a body. I'm like, are we hearing the same thing? This is like symphonic beauty. It's like the most beautiful thing I've heard. And these guys think it's funny.
And where are those guys now? That's what I want to know. Where are those guys now? You know?
Yeah, with that zebra pants guy from the fucking
and it's like, lot. Yeah, you like Dr. Hook, but that doesn't mean it's better than death. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You like Jimmy Buffett, which is fine, but you know, you're not.
I mean, like when were the shows going on? Summer, winter? Like when is like a good time to throw a show in Florida?
For some reason, I think a lot of them went on in winter. We tried to do the summer. Like I said, there was that Sabotage show I went to. I believe it was in June, and I literally passed out because it was so hot. And it was at Ruby's. And it's like Ruby's had no air conditioning, no fans, nothing. It was just a little hellhole place.
Yeah, just classic dive.
Yeah, it was a dive, and then you get in there, and after about three songs into a set, you're like, you're dehydrated. You're sweating just from standing. You're not even doing anything. You're just because there's so many bodies in there, and it's wall to wall, and then you had to squeeze your way out. And D was one of the guys. Always, I'd go if I saw D going outside, I'm like, I'm following D Vanoy because he's big enough to get everyone out of the way, and I would follow him so I could get outside.
Oh yeah. But see, here's the thing, Roy, about Florida. You get 11 months of summer in 1 month of winter, maybe a month and a half. So you were always playing in extreme heat. I mean, it's very high humidity. So it's jungle humidity, swamp humidity. So for people that don't live in Florida or haven't been there, if you literally pull up to a store, walk out of your car and into the front door, you just have sweat pouring down your back.
Right.
Going right into your ass crack. I just call it swamp ass. But it's immediately. You can't do anything about it. So like back in the day when you would have a circle pit going, you know, you would be going in the pit continuously. It might be 3 bands, and you'd be going for hours in that type of temperature, and you didn't really think anything about it. But also, too, going back to what Kam said, that he was wearing shorts, you couldn't wear the cool rock and roll clothes in Florida. Right. You couldn't wear the leather jackets. You couldn't wear the leather pants, and it was a struggle. You know, it was an absolute struggle.
But yet the band still did it. Some of them, you know.
Yeah,
like,
they did. Well,
for photos.
Yeah, it was like photo shoots. Live, maybe a pair of jeans.
Okay.
But it was tough because people would pass out. You know, people pass out at shows. You know, I don't know. You just got to get conditioned to it.
And I mean, you guys are first generation Floridians, where Morbid Angel is not, right? Except in Trey, maybe, or
well, no, they were there, but they were like, you know, they went through a lot of member changes. I even believe, you know, I might get crucified for this because I don't, but I kind of think there was a time, didn't they have a female vocalist like a minute? I mean,
it might have been in the very early stages.
Yeah, the early stages. That's what I'm talking about.
But Dave Vincent wasn't from Florida. He came down. No. I think he was from the Carolinas.
North Carolina.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Which even in my archaeological dig, I saw that Massacre played up in North Carolina at some stage.
Yes, we did. Yeah.
Cool.
And I believe when we played that show, we played with Jim Jones and the Kool-Aid Kids. Which is a great band. If you haven't heard that album, man.
Oh well, no. So Kam, there was a time in the early '80s. It was in Tampa, probably like midnight, 1 a.m, and we're walking. There's no one around, and we see a van in an empty parking lot. It's Jim Jones and the Kool-Aid Kids van with the Trust Me artwork on the van.
Yes. Yep.
So we're like, oh my God, we're walking up, we're talking to them, and me and Matt are like, yeah, we have the Insult 7-inch. And they're like, holy shit, are you kidding me? Like, we only printed like 200 of those.
Yeah.
So it was like, I don't understand what happened. They mentioned a club that we hadn't heard of. Might have been a failed No Clubs show.
Yeah.
So they came home and stayed at our friend Mike's house. Mike Gallagher.
Okay, yep.
Mike Gallagher. He was in, the first band that Bob White was in was a punk band. They were kind of political, fast, hardcore. I would almost say like Cruster punk. But where they practiced in his garage, Jim Jones spent the night. So the next afternoon, I think their band was called Core Resistance. That was a band Bob.
Yes, I remember that.
Played it.
Yep.
They were like fast, hardcore.
Yeah.
But they played a practice set, and then Jim Jones set up, and they played a fucking set. It was unbelievable. I'd never seen
of music too, right? You guys just meet someone on the fucking street. You're like, oh shit, a band we know. Oh, you guys want to stay at our fucking house now too?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like house shows.
These were so much different, you know.
Oh yeah, I mean, Death plays house shows. I mean, and when Massacre went on our first tour, we weren't signed. We just went on. We just loaded up Robbie Goodwin's big ass Lincoln with a U-Haul on the back, and we just drove up the East Coast, and we stayed at everybody's house. We didn't even have hotels. We were staying at I think we played with the band Death Thrash in New Jersey, and we stayed at their house.
Right.
We went all the way up to New York to go talk to Roadrunner Records, who basically kind of laughed at us, and then everybody was all depressed and came back, and then on our way back, I think is when we played that North Carolina show.
Gotcha.
And you know what? I do believe Corrosion of Conformity was at the show. They didn't play the show, but they were at the show. Yeah.
What about other people at these shows being influenced by what you guys saw too, or you were playing, or so would members of say like Morbid Angel, Obituary, Atheist, you know, like bands that were from Florida, would they be participating or showing up to some of these shows before they were the band, Mike Browning or somebody?
Well, definitely Mike. Mike seemed to be kind of around a lot, especially at the Ruby shows. Mark would probably know more of who was showing up, because you got to remember the three of us were coming all the way from Orlando, so we're taking an 80-mile hike, all the way out to Tampa or Brandon just to go to Ruby's. So we kind of like, it was like one thing when you show up and you're like, everybody meets in the parking lot. Hey, what's going on? What's going on? And then let's go inside. They're getting ready to play, and so it was kind of like that.
You see a lot of that, Mark?
Yeah, well, so the thing about it was the scene was so small.
That's what I'm saying.
And it's like some people were okay with the thrash because the vocals weren't as intense. Some people, death metal was too much. Death metal, black metal.
Yeah.
So with Tampa, first of all, like not everyone is our age listening to this, so they might not understand. But back in the 80s, for instance, you didn't see people with long hair. You didn't see people with shaved heads and mohawks. It was extremely rare to see a metalhead or a punk rocker. The police hated you.
Yeah.
They despise you. You'd be walking down the street at night. They would shoulder check you, just hoping you'd make a comment.
Mm-hmm.
They were ready to roll.
Yeah.
There were no body cams. They'd see some punk rockers or metalheads hanging out in front of a show. They're like, oh, let's see if we can find some problems in here. They always had something to say. I didn't really think about it living in Tampa. A band Fang played. The band Fang played in Tampa, a hardcore band. And when Sammy, the singer, walked out, he was like, oh, Tampa, finally get to play Tampa. I always heard how violent it was. To me, it was just, that was what it was about. It was just violence. So early on, before the quote unquote crossover time period, there was a punk scene and there was a metal scene. They didn't really intertwine yet. This is like earlier 80s. And the punk scene in Tampa was very small. There were great bands, but you had to kind of know someone to know about it. And I had long hair the first time I went. It was like 81. So I walk into the show and I got, they're like, hey, fuck you, you fucking hippie. The only thing about it was I had the hair, but violence was just a part of life. So when someone makes a comment, like a little passerby, and mocks you and walks away, I'm not going to let that go. I will say something so vile that you're going to come at me because I want it. It's like you started it. You're poking at a rattlesnake. So don't, so they would come, so this guy, I said some verbiage back to him. He was furious, came at me, and then some people broke it up. They're like, no, that guy's cool. He's cool. So back then, I think the way, like, metalheads thought punk was like the B-52s.
Yeah.
Punk rockers thought metal was like Poison. They just didn't get it. And a lot of metalheads, I don't like that music. It's not technical. But like Cam said, you have these bands that are insane, like The Accused, Battalion of Saints, these really intense, fast and furious hardcore bands. They didn't know that it was like that. Like there was a band called Pagan Faith, and Brian's like, the singer Brian, he was like, what's this metal? And I was like, let me make you a compilation. So this is like 81, 82. So I'm giving him all these like bands, these insane metal bands. And he was like, holy shit, I didn't even know this music existed.
Yeah.
And that's why I never really understood why people didn't listen to both, other than not knowing about it. Not knowing. I mean, back then, you had to be pretty deep in the underground to know all this.
You had to be deep just to have a Kerrang, dude. What are you kidding?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
But it's not like they just sold that on the fucking newsstand,
Oh, yeah. No, exactly. But no, eventually, it just made sense. It's very aggressive music, very high testosterone music. To me, that's, that being in the pit, just, it made sense. You're younger too back then, so you got all this angst, teen angst, testosterone boosting, and, the music just fits. You know what I mean? Extreme music to me, just insane extreme music. To me, it's very cathartic. You're in a bad mood, you're going through stressful times, you put on some disgusting music like Autopsy, and you're like, I feel good now.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It's very soothing.
So with you, Cam, too, so you were doing Mantas, then it became Death, and then like you just played one show with them, and then you were out of the band.
No, there was a couple shows with Death.
Shows.
Yeah. So what happened was, we were Mantas, very Venom-like band, I should say. Chuck was really, I will say for Chuck, even back then, the guy was just honed in on music. Like, when I met him, he was like any novice guitar player.
Right.
And then within a year, just that first year, he went from A to K. Like, literally, like, just jump. Because unlike, Freddie, who just was a, pick up a guitar player, one-trick pony, guy that would just do what he does, he didn't evolve. Chuck evolved. Even in that first year that I met Chuck, he evolved because he was absorbing so much metal. And it wasn't just death metal. He was, like, listening to, like, everything. Like I said, he was a big Merciful Fate guy. And he was listening to a lot of guitar-orientated stuff. So he was always pushing himself. And I remember there was a couple of guys he would take lessons from. Like, he'd have these guys come over, or they, would show him. And then a couple weeks later, I'm like, hey, whatever happened to that guy? He's like, oh, I got rid of him. And I'm like, why? He goes, I'm better than him. No,
he was outmoding his own guitar.
Literally. I mean, and that sounds like a fiction, but it's true. He literally would evolve that quickly. So what happened was he was very frustrated because he wanted to evolve, and you can really tell because the Reign of Terror demo came out when we were really changing writing, and we were still Mantas at the time when a lot of those songs were written. Right. But when Chuck started writing, I mean, really taking and stepping up, that's when one of the first songs that it's still, to me, one of my favorite death songs today is Beyond the Unholy Grave. And that is all Chuck. If you listen to the structure of that song, you listen to the riffing of that song, that is all Chuck. And that right there shows you from Mantas to death, that change. Right. And what it was, he was, I'm not shit talking on Freddie or anything, but he just wouldn't evolve. And Chuck was getting very frustrated. He was getting flustered. And he's like, he's holding me back. Chuck was like, he's holding me back. And I'm like, well, what do you want to do? And then we kind of just like dissolved. It wasn't like, somebody got mad and said, okay, we're fucking broken up or whatever. We just kind of like dissolved. It just like dissolved. But then Chuck started talking to me. He kept talking to me, and he's like, hey, let's just start something new. So I'm like, okay. And the first thing is I remember coming back over to his house, and he was on the phone, and I believe he was on the phone with Monty Connor. It was either Monty Connor or somebody. And he gets off the phone, and he's like, I think we're going to call ourselves Death. And I was like, well, that's better than Mantas, because I never liked Mantas, but I mean, I'm go with that. And I was like, but then I was like, wait a minute, isn't there a band called Death already? And there was a
all black band,
all black guys.
They weren't really known.
But no, they weren't. But I knew of them because, like I said, I was into that whole punk thing, and a lot of the stuff I was getting was from New York, and I believe they were in that area. They were in the tri-state area somewhere. Right. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure there's and he was like, no one knows who they are. Who cares? I'm like, okay, cool. We'll just go with it. And then we started playing, and I remember like we were working on, the songs. He was really structurally writing stuff like that, but we didn't get to do on Reign of Terror. Well, he wrote Reign of Terror. He wrote all the riffs in that, and that's very different. If you listen to Reign of Terror, that song is different than the rest of the stuff. And then the other stuff, he's like, we didn't really have anything. And I'm like, well, what about the songs we were working on already, which was like Slaughterhouse, Summon to Die, Zombie. That's very much Chuck. If you listen to that song, that's an instrumental. That is all Chuck. And then, we tried to do it as just a two-piece, and it just wasn't good. And we tried some bass players and he tried two other guitar players that were like Mark had mentioned. These guys are like Poison. They're like playing Cinderella. They look like they come in and they got all these bandanas on, and their hair's all, sticking up, and they come in with their Eddie Van Halen, like, guitars, and they're like doing tapping. And I'm like, that's not what we're looking for, man. It's like, and yeah. I remember one guy listening to Chuck and I play through some songs, and the guy literally said, that's not going to get us any chicks, dude. And Chuck was like, out. He's out of here. Yeah. And we kind of got to this point where, like, and this is just a couple weeks, just within a couple days, couple weeks. And I remember I just looked at him and said, hey, man, we got to get We got to get Freddie back. So we got him back, and he had a lot of connections. I will say that, you know, he did have a lot of connections. Like when we recorded Reign of Terror was in a place called Music City. It was a music store. It was where he got his guitars and had his guitar worked on. And the guy was trying to like turn the back of the music store into a recording studio. So we literally went in there to record that in that back of that record or that music store. And I didn't even play on the drums. I was a punk drummer, so I only played on a 5-piece kit. Never played a double bass before in my life. And I remember going in there, and they had this big kit set up, rototoms and everything. And they're like, play on this. And I'm like, okay. And it looks like a Neil Peart drum set. And I'm like, what am I going to do with all this shit? I don't play with all these drums. Just give me something simple. The guy's like, no, we got to play on this. So we recorded that demo, you know, the Death demo. So we weren't really out yet as Death. We weren't out as yet. We just recorded that demo there. And like I said, a lot of the songs on it are Rick songs that we pulled back in. And a lot of it was really Chuck becoming very structured and writing stuff like he started writing Reign of Terror and Zombie and stuff like that. And it just kind of like morphed. Like Mark said, we just were Mantas, and then all of a sudden one day we're just like Death. We just come out, okay, we're Death now. You know, it's like name change, same 3 idiots, but you know, name change. And I mean that's literally how it was. It wasn't like
it was almost. It seemed like it was just almost immediate. Like we saw you Mantas, then you come back to Tampa, and you're Death.
Yeah. It was quick. It wasn't like, you know, I think back. And a lot of people, because it's 43 years, people think, wow, there's a lot of time. But it really wasn't. It was just with months. A couple months would go
like
by.
X amount of, like 4 months of time was felt like 3 years, right?
Yeah, it does. It does. Because there's so much is going on. And
you're taking like all this new energy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and we're teens, and no one really knew what we're doing. You know, we're the first. We didn't know what we were doing, but at the time I remember we didn't really care about popularity. I didn't care that we weren't, you know, liked. I loved the fact
back then. It was just a despised form of music. It's like it's disgusting. It's not even music. It's noise.
Always.
It's just filthy. Just scum sounds. It's
what
like
are those
no
vocals?
talent. All
like,
people
what are
hear
those
is
vocals?
no talent.
Oh yeah, I remember people saying that you sound, you know, like a dog, or you sound
what
like you're sick.
What are those vocals?
Yeah, what are those vocals?
Exactly.
That's not singing. Oh, I remember one guy one time saying, you're playing too fast. There'll never be anything faster. Now I look at the shit. Gravity Blast, man, is like insane. You know, I couldn't even do that back then. But yeah.
But on a side note, here's a Poison side note in Brandon, Florida. It was probably 1989. Poison was coming to the local record store to do an in-store appearance. So we're like, oh, this is going to be fun. So we get there. There's a huge line of people waiting to see him. We got our boombox going, just playing really fast hardcore bands, probably like Larm and some of this other stuff and whatever, Sick Pleasure or something. And as we're waiting in line, they get there late. So they open the doors. People go to the right-hand wall and walk straight to the counter. It's like an L-shaped counter. And we beeline it to the side of the counter. And we're flipping through records, getting really close to the band. And I was like, oh, excuse me, how many girls are in your band? He was like, what? And one of the other guys turned around and he goes, oh, wait, what did he say? He goes, this guy wants to know how many girls are in the band. And he's like, hey, motherfucker, let's go. And I'm like, come on, motherfucker, let's go. Come on out, let's go. And then the security came and they're like hauling us out of there. Everyone's booing us in the line. We have to walk, you know. And I'm like, just like, haha, you're here to see Poison. You like Poison. And they were just furious. And
typical Mark behavior.
I would never do anything like that.
No,
but I would love to ask him about that because that's just one of the ones I'm sure as much partying as they did, that one probably really pushed some buttons with the Poison crew.
Yeah.
So when you guys, so after, you know, so you had the thing going, you guys recorded the Reign in Terror demo.
Yeah.
What happened after that?
No, it's kind of like, I think we played the show, like Mark said, with Nasty Savage. It was 84 going into 85.
That too,
yeah.
So see here.
And then, although, I'm not trying to like correct anybody, but actually, this literally is the first show.
Is this okay?
I have this flyer, and I still have it in plastic.
Full screen, okay.
So
just crank it down a little.
As you can see, there, this is the Knights of Columbus concert.
Yeah.
You can see the Proto Death logo right over here. That's my handwriting, and you can see our picture here. And
$4.
Yeah, $4. This was Tempter, and this was on November 9th. So this was the show before we played the Tampa show.
And where was that at?
That was in Orlando, at the Knights of Columbus in Orlando.
Oh, okay.
So we played this, but we were announced as Mantas. As you can see, it says Altamont. It's a hand-drawn map. Altamont this way.
Yeah. You had to have a map to get to a show.
Yeah, back then, there was no Google Maps.
Yeah, there was no fucking map.
So we played that show, even though we were announced as Mantas, and some people have recorded that show and released it as Mantas, and some people released it as Death. And I'm like, well, according to the flyer that I still have, because I have that first flyer, we were Death. We called ourselves Death. But it wasn't announced until we played a couple months later with the show that Mark's talking about. We came back to Tampa.
The show right here?
Yep.
It was at Ruby's. Yes.
This one says it's at the Sunset.
No, that was a different one.
That was a later one. The first show was a Ruby's show. Nasty Savage and Death.
This it?
Did it say Ruby's at the bottom?
Savage a lot.
That very well could be.
Yeah, Ruby's. This is it.
Yeah, that's the first one.
Yeah, Summon to Die. Yep.
You got to open up for your fucking favorite band.
Yes. Yep.
That's amazing.
Yeah, because I mean, like I said, Ronnie was good to us. The Beesons were good to us. Curtis was always good. Curtis let us stay at their house because Nasty Savage had a house, I believe, in Brandon. This was the Beesons' house that Curtis would stay in, and that's where they would rehearse. And they let us, because they knew we were driving, 80 miles and coming, and sometimes they'd be like, we wouldn't get out till 2 or 3 in the morning. And by the time everyone's done, and they're like, "Hey man, you guys can crash at our house. We know, you don't have to drive back this late, because we were teens, and they were just looking out for us. They're like, hey, you don't have to drive, don't endanger yourself. We didn't drink back then. We didn't do anything. We didn't even smoke, weed, nothing. But we were just like,
what did Nasty Savage do back then? Because when I seen them, they smashed televisions over their heads.
Oh, they still did. Yeah, they did that.
They did that back then too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right. Ronnie was a huge fan of wrestling, and when you would watch wrestling in the 70s and 80s, it was just wrestling. But you'd always look in the wrestling magazines, and they'd have the crimson blood just running down their
Abdullah
face.
the Butcher or something that wouldn't be in the WWF or something,
Yeah, so Nasty Ronnie, he would always get a TV. And he would throw TVs up in the air and bounce it off his chest and just keep doing it till it's broken. And he'd be covered in blood. He was a big guy. He was a tough guy. But yeah, I mean, anything to, they were so extreme. And that's what set them apart from the other metal bands in town before death metal and thrash metal was going on, is they were playing obscure covers and then they were doing their own songs. People would say like power metal or whatever, but just that sense of danger that they would bring. And, like back then, Brandon, Florida, where they were from, it was a lot of subdivisions being built on cow pastures and orange groves. So there was still lots of open space. So they would just get some makeshift stage that they would build, go out into like a cow pasture or a field, bring generators, and that's how like a lot of these shows would just go down back then. And
yeah, a lot of
they used to do a fanzine. Ronnie did a fanzine called Wage of Mayhem, just a black and white fanzine, and there would always be pictures of him just covered in blood in the magazine. And one time, my brother and myself were in Nasty Ronnie's house, and he was looking through some mail, and he was like, "Have you ever heard of this guy Gigi Allen?" I was like, "No, never heard of him." He's like, "Yeah, he just ordered a shirt." He's like, he sent me his demo. So he pops it in. It's like the Jabbers. It's kind of catchy, like Iggy Pop. And I'm like, yeah, it's not really feeling this, because it wasn't like the later Gigi Allen.
Yeah.
And so basically Nasty, because at the time, G.G. Allin was kind of glam. He was like 70s glam punk. He wasn't going over the top, full nudity, cutting himself up with glass, blood, defecating on stage, throwing it in the audience. But it was basically Nasty Ronnie that kind of triggered that in G.G. Allin.
Interesting. Yeah.
And like me, I got to see G.G. Allin twice. The first time was in Tampa. It was supposed to be a show in Ybor City at Arts Alive. Then they found out who he was, so they canceled it. It was G.G. Allin and the Disappointments. Somehow it got moved to this. It was a seafood restaurant on the river called the Harbor Club, and he played upstairs. And it was it was something else. It was an intense show. He cleared a lot of people out, throwing feces into the crowd, chairs. A lot of people. There was about 6 or 8 of us, like right next to him. We were just thrashing hard. He respected that. He was going around us and attacking all the people trying to hide in the corners.
Yeah.
And there was this. Yeah, that show was pretty wild. But the second time I saw him in Orlando at Club Spacefish was even worse. That was a pretty crazy show. He was just, like when you watch a G.G. Allin video, it's one thing. You watch Hated documentary about him. It's one thing, but when you're there, you're just gagging, like junkie diarrhea.
You're scared, right?
It's in 4K, and on this show, he was already naked. He was, junkie diarrhea, rubbing it, smearing it on himself, broken glass, cutting himself up. Then he walks outside into the street with the bar stool. People across the street are looking at him. He's just screaming, "Fuck you." Just staring at him. They don't know what to do. He takes the bar stool, throws it like it was like an SUV. Then he walks back in. He's rolling in glass. He's about 8 feet in front of me. Then I look behind me and the cops are looking in. So I yelled out, "Cops!" And he just takes these huge pieces of glass and throws them. And one hits me on my jaw. And right when it hit, I was like, "Oh my God, I have AIDS." Like within a half second. I mean, I guess after his autopsy, he never had, AIDS. So he got AIDS. But
I heard after he would get done playing, he would just like put a robe on and just like sit at the bar and be like, "How's it going?"
Yeah, no, I mean, I still have a scar from that, but no, he's actually a really cool guy. I mean, you just don't know. Like basically, when he goes on stage, the lights go out and he's just seeing red, and it's a battlefield at that point. Because he did an in-store appearance in Tampa at Alternative Records. This guy Marshall put the show on, and ended up getting like a Eat My Fuck album. It was like a white label. Got 2 of those. He's like, "I don't know, how's $10 sound?" And then he was selling 7 inches for $3. And then eventually he's like, "Yeah, $1, just whatever." The one thing I wish I would have had money for, he has this leather jacket with a caricature of him on his knees. Is a painted leather jacket. He's got a microphone shoved up his ass in the drawing, but he was selling it like, $500, $300. He just needed drug money. Yeah. But that's like a museum piece now. I really wish I had the money to get that.
And what about the change from Death to Massacre, Cam? We really want to know on here.
Well, I mean, like I said, I mentioned earlier that
because, like you said, 4 months was like years.
Yeah, I mean, after we played that show in Tampa, we came back, and Chuck was just irate. He's fucking up my songs. He can't play my songs. He can't keep up with me. He's like, "I can't do it anymore." He goes, "I'm talking to these guys from Michigan," and I'm like, "Okay, cool." And lo and behold, it was Scott, and Matt from, like I said, Repulsion. Everyone knows them from Repulsion, but they were called Genocide back then. Yeah. And they came down and kind of like I won't even say it was like a tryout, because they didn't bring any equipment. They just came down, and they're hanging out at Chuck's house. They wanted to see us play, so we did that show with the Battalion of Saints, and then we did a couple rehearsals, and just got to talking, and then Chuck and I had our falling out, and it's so ridiculous. I don't even want to go into it and tell stories, but it just was simple. It was a simple teenage just disagreement, stupid.
Right.
But
we're talking about like 17-year-old kids.
Yeah, I'm a teenager. I'm a teenager, and there was a couple of chicks that lived around the corner on the street over from Chuck's, and they heard we were in a band. And when I'm 17 years old, I'm horny. I'm like, oh, these chicks want to come over and check us out. And I'm pushing Chuck, and I guess I pushed him too far. And I'm like, come on, man, there's this couple chicks, man. We can, I don't know. I'm thinking maybe we can get laid. I'm like, come on, let's bring them over here, And Chuck was really serious about auditioning Matt and Scott.
Right.
And he just like, I took it a little bit too far, I was saying, you can get your dick wet, and I was like, hey, you can lose your virginity. I was like, I don't know, I was saying stupid stuff like that, and he snapped. He's like, fuck you, get out of here. And I'm like, and I thought he was joking. I thought he was just like, he's just angry, he'll get over it. And he was literally like snapped, and he was yelling at me, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take off, man, let you cool down. And I took off, and I went home. I remember I walked home, and it was quite a ways home because I didn't like staying at home. And I went back the next day. I said, Mom, let me go back the next day. Bring me over, drive me over. So we drive over, and I go over the next day, 7 o'clock in the morning, and my drums are outside.
Gotcha.
And I'm like, really? Dude. And I'm like knocking on the door, and his mom comes to the door, and she's like, he's not going to come talk to you. I'm like, come on, man, really? No, just take your drums and go. And that was it. That was it. Yeah. That's. I mean, it's not like a big glorious story.
I mean, you
that's
guys
just
were young too.
Yeah, stupid teenage, stuff. Come on, man, these chicks want to come over, and that's all. That's all it was. That's literally all it was. And then that was it. And I was gone.
So how far was the transition between you saying, we're going to start another fucking band here?
Well, actually what happened was I was living with Chuck, and I didn't want to live at home. Right. And I'm like, okay, great. Now I got nowhere. Not only am I not in the band, I have nowhere to live. And my mom's like, well, your aunt just moved from Costa Rica to Seffner. And I'm like, okay, I'll go live with them. And I literally moved there within like a weekend after leaving Death. And I'm like, I'm like living in Seffner, and I'm working.
So hold on, this is where I come in.
Yeah.
So Cam lives about an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes away from Seffner, Brandon, Florida. Same area. So Massacre Bill Andrews has Massacre going. They're practicing in his garage. They got this guy JP, who's the singer. He's more like traditional heavy metal. Okay. So I walk into a convenience store, and who's behind the counter working there? It's Kam Lee.
Yeah.
I was like, holy shit, what are you doing here?
Yeah.
He's like, I live with my aunt. And I said, well, Bill Andrews has got this band called Massacre. Like, you would be an amazing fit. Like, we need to head over there. You need to like try out for the band. It's like such a perfect fit. So that's when that started.
Fate.
Yeah. Well, I remember
how random is that? Hour and 40 minutes away, and Kam Lee is working at a convenience store in my house.
I know. I remember. Well, I remember. Not only did I, because that convenience store is called a farm stores. It's like a, I don't know, like just a convenience store. But the particular one that I worked at had a double chain, and sometimes they'd have like I'd work at one store and then I'd work at the other one. The other one that the farm store had, they have some of these chains would be a drive-through, like you could drive into it. It's like literally can drive up into it. So I would sometimes work at the one that Mark saw me at, and then I work at the other one, which was a little bit further, closer to Brandon. And I remember when I was working there, Alan West drove in one time, and he's literally like, sell me beer. And I'm like, no, I can't, I'm of age now, so I can, but he's underage, and I'm like, no, dude, I can't sell you beer. He came back 4 times trying to get me to, not that same day, but within the times I was working there, 4 times. And, he at the same time was talking about, the same band. And I'm like, oh, cool. Yeah, I'm going to I don't know how we did it, Mark, but I remember I was supposed to meet Alan to go over the Billies, and it ended up Alan never showed up, so I rode my skateboard. Because I rode towards your guys' house first, because you guys lived right off of where you
Highway 60.
Yeah, you guys lived right up there. So I came up all the way Highway 60 from Seffner and drove up to go towards. And I was like, I was looking at, like I said, a map, like hand-drawn map, and it looks like, oh, that's not that far. Fucking, it was far, man. It was Seffner.
Skateboard, it is.
Yeah, I'm riding a skateboard through like cow fields, and I'm like, this is nowhere near where I'm supposed to go, but it says I'm supposed to keep going and turn. I finally got to Billy's, and I believe just Mark. I don't know if you were there, but I remember Mike Borders was there. It was just Mike and Billy, and no Alan.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember that first time I went, and it was just those two. And they're like, they felt bad. They're like, oh, you came all this way on a skateboard? And I'm like, yeah, it took me quite a bit to get here. And I said, I finally got here. And then Mike was like, well, where do you live? And I'm like, I live back in Seffner. He's like, oh, I live in Plant City. I can give you a ride home, on your way back, so you don't have to ride a skateboard back. So we're sitting there waiting for Alan. And, there's no cell phone. This is the day, So
if you called somebody, no.
Yeah, I remember Billy getting really pissed and going, I'm going to go inside. So he wasn't, and I'll tell you to this day, I never saw the inside of Billy's house. Billy's mom was like, we could go in the garage. That was it. Okay. And I remember Billy went into the house to call Alan to see where he was. Either JP didn't show up. Nobody showed up. It was just Billy, Mike, and me. And, finally, Billy comes out after 15 minutes. He's like really pissed. He's like, he's not coming. I can't get in touch with him. And I'm like, okay, well, and they felt bad. They were like, we feel bad. You came all the way out here on a skateboard. We want to show you something. I thought I was just going to check out like a band play, but I didn't know they were auditioning me. So they're like, could you sing? But they didn't have a PA. And I'm like, okay, well, what am I supposed to do? And they're like, well, we have these songs that we can play. And I remember they gave me a list of songs. And I knew that they played like Anthrax covers and like other and I'm like, I'm not doing Anthrax. I'm not going to sing like Joey Belladonna. I'm not doing that. But then I got down the list and I saw that they did Exodus cover, Piranha. Mm-hmm. So I said, okay, try this out. And then they played just bass and drums, Piranha. And I just started screaming out the chorus, because it's one of my favorite songs. And they were like, you could see like they were like you could see they were like the mind they were going. So after they get done playing, they're like, hey, would you like to sing for us? And I remember they had a sing, and that's when they had Brents. Didn't they have like
Mark Brents.
Yeah, I knew they had a singer. Yes. I'll never forget this I looked at him and said, don't you guys got a singer already? And Billy was like, yeah, but we don't like him. Like literally was like, yeah, we don't like him. Yeah, we don't like him.
JP was in the band.
JP, but he was in the band, but he never showed up. But yeah, he never showed up. Alan later showed up, and that's why we did the Aggressive Tyrant demo, because that's all Alan West, Aggressive Tyrant. And I kind of started hanging out with Alan a lot, because the first song we wrote, because they had Death in Hell, that was a song that they had. Because that first demo has Aggressive Tyrant, Death in Hell, and Mutilated. Aggressive Tyrant was a song they were working on, so they had the structure. But Mutilated is actually the song that I sat in Alan West's room, and we wrote that together. And I was, like I said, still a big horror movie fan. So back then, it was 84, 85. And what just came out in 84 was A Nightmare on Elm Street. It was huge. And I loved it. This was before it got trendy and got weird. And this is when it was like the evil, the evil Freddy. Yeah, the bad, this is your God. So I wrote the song Mutilated based on that film. And that was the first song that we sat down and wrote together, with me sitting on the floor and Alan sitting on his bed just playing his guitar. We just came up with the riffs together.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, because like Bill Andrews, he was always rhythmic. He was always like playing on a cardboard box along to whatever music we were listening to.
Yeah, always tapping.
He was always tapping. And he was like, I don't know, do you think I should get a drum set? And I'm like, absolutely. Like, of course you need a drum set. And I think he went from no drum set to just buying a Sonar kit, which is a pretty expensive drum set.
Yeah.
And you said you went to high school with him, Mark?
What's that?
You went to high school with him?
Yeah. Like I knew him in like, I'd say junior high, maybe 9th grade or so. I met him, something like that.
Cool.
There was that whole Brandon scene. I remember he ended up bringing Terry Butler by one time, and I hadn't met him yet. So he comes by. He wants to hear all this music that he's talking about. So we just bring him in. Me and Matt are there, and we're just putting on, probably like Accept, Fast as a Shark, and some of this. And he had never heard any of it. So he was just blown away. He was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Like, like back then you only had the radio. You either had records, 8-tracks, cassettes, or you had the radio. That they played good bands occasionally, but it would always be 1 or 2 songs by that band. They would never play anything else.
Yeah, would never play anything. Off cuts.
Oh yeah, take a band like Blue Oyster Cult. You would hear Don't Fear the Reaper.
Right.
Or Burning for You. But I mean, like one of the greatest bands of all time. They wouldn't play Tattoo Vampire. They wouldn't go anywhere with it.
Yeah, you had to be in the know,
Yeah.
Were they familiar with you being in Mantas and Death?
I think so. I think they were at that show. I don't know. Mike wasn't. Mike had no idea who I was.
Right.
But Billy was. Billy was at that show. And I think he was the one. He was the most excited at the time. That I said, "Yeah, sure. I got nothing else to do." I'm like, I'm not in Death anymore. I said, and that was the other thing too, because they thought there would be a problem with me because I was a drummer. I was known as a drummer and a vocalist, and I was like, "No, I don't want to play the drums anymore." I'm like, actually, that's perfect. It worked out because I wanted to be a front man, and
that's cool, man.
So yeah, it kind of worked out that way, and It went smooth at first, all the way up to that first show that we played, which is at the Side Streets show.
Oh yeah,
everything was going good, and then just a week and a half, or maybe 2 weeks before we played that show, Billy just tells me, he calls us all in. We were at rehearsal, and he calls us in. And it's like, I fired Alan. I'm like, what? We have a show in 2 weeks. What do you mean? And we kind of like, well, we need a guitar player. We need to do something. And I think they looked around. Even Trevor from Obituary was tried. We tried him out. And the thing with Trevor was at the time he had a guitar, but he didn't have a head. And we're like, well, we need a guitar player that can play sound. We need the sound. And so I don't remember, but I remember finally like going, well, I knew a guitar player. And Mike was like, okay, where? And I'm like, well, it's back in Orlando. And it just happened to be Freddie. So we took a drive. Yeah, we took a drive. I remember calling him and saying, hey, we got a band. And we took a drive over there.
At that point, you hadn't recorded anything?
No, not with Freddie. We just recorded with Alan. With Alan, we had recorded.
That be this that you recorded with Alan?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So this was the first Massacre demo.
Mm-hmm.
The one of like amongst Death and Massacre like demos, there's not as many like covers. Like,
no,
you know what I mean. So that has a cover on it too,
Yeah, that one did.
That song on there, Mutilated.
Yeah, Mutilated's on there. Aggressive Tyrant and Death and Hell.
Yeah,
and the funny thing is, it says Rick Rozz, and then it still says Alan. So I think it was during that transition where Mike wasn't, because that's Mike's handwriting. Mike wasn't sure if Alan was coming back, and we weren't sure either. So we're like, well, let's go get Rick just in case. And again, teenagers and misunderstandings. And
he has to bring his boombox so you guys can record.
Yeah, he did. He did bring his boombox.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of miscommunication, and at the time it was just like, this is Billy's band. Whoever's garage it was is who had to end up whose band it was, because it was Billy's. Yeah, that's how it always is.
Oh, it always is like that.
It was Chuck's band because Chuck had the garage. Chuck's parents' garage. It was Billy's band because Billy had the garage. But so there was a lot of miscommunication. Nobody knew what was going on with Alan. Nobody. So we brought in Rick, and Mike. We had that demo to come out, and when that demo, Mike was taking that demo. Back then, you might remember if you're old enough. I know Mark remembers. Teens didn't have a place to hang out. And you'd hang out at the stupidest places, like the supermarket or the shopping center or the mall. And in Brandon, for some reason, there was this strip mall. I can't remember quite, but everybody would just go there, and everyone would drive. Cars would drive by.
Oh yeah, there was
everybody would hang out.
Kmart and a Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, that's all. You just hang out on the strip. It was like the strip.
There was a movie theater.
Yeah, the movie theater. You hang out there on the strip, and it's a like on the weekends. You have your boombox. You know, right. We're sitting there playing. We're playing Massacre, trying to get people to. And Mike's just randomly walking up to hot chicks and going, "Here's," and this is Mike Borders. You're gonna listen to this. Listen to this. You'll like this. This will get you. This will get you wet.
The ladies love it.
Yeah, Mike would just go up and hand these hot chicks our demo, and that's the demo. He was just like literally going around, and he came up with that cover, and I think he clipped that out of a history book. Like that cover, it was cut and paste. It was.
Where was it recorded though? It was recorded in someone's garage.
That was recorded at some guy's house, and I remember the guy freaking out, like on my vocals, like completely freaking out. And a lot of people say that vocals are like really loud on that. The guy literally got to the point where he was like, "I'm done. I'm not doing it anymore." So it's like it's a very rough, unmixed demo, and my vocals are so loud on it. But that's literally because my vocals are so loud on that. That's what became
That became a signature.
Yeah, that became the signature. It's like, and everyone thinks that I can make the Kam Lee wipeout and, right. make the vocal, everybody's like, no, you're going to do that. Don't blow out my microphone. I'm like, dude, that was just the way the guy recorded it. It's not, I can do vocals without doing it, but that's what became staple. I remember John McEntee recently talking about that demo. And going how it just like he heard that mutilated for the first time. He's like, vocals are so loud. I'm like, we didn't want to mix it that way. The guy just literally recorded it and kicked us out. He's like, that's enough. I'm done.
That's good for you. I mean, in the long game, you might have changed this style in a weird way of, like the metal, like singing style,
Yeah, I know. It never was
even
like
that fucking fucked up producer,
Yeah, I mean, and everything is so weird because I think about it still to this day. 40-something years later, and I'm thinking about it like none of this was intentional. Like we didn't like now. Everybody wants to be intentional. Everybody's like, I'm going to be more brutal than everybody. I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna do shit like that all day. Like not even have vocals. But back then, we literally were just doing what came natural. Right. It wasn't like we were intending to do something, or maybe we had a little bit of attitude. Maybe we were like, yeah, we can play better than Slayer. Maybe that was a little bit in there, but never was like
maybe even like a little improvisation too.
Yeah, it was a lot of that. And like I said, vocal wise, like even John Tardy talked about that when his early Obituary stuff. Dude, we didn't even have lyrics. We were just doing stuff off the top of our head. I was just like I said in the beginning when Mantas, it was just like Satan, Lucifer, Beelzebub, whatever, whatever I could come up with. I didn't know. We're just trying to follow what Venom was doing. But then when it really got to become Death and then especially Massacre, I was like, I don't want to write what everybody else is doing, And my big thing is I was a Lovecraft fan. I was reading a lot of Lovecraft, and I'm like, I'm going to take it in this direction. Of course, now when you see death metal, there's thousands of bands that are influenced by Lovecraft. But back then, I think the only band that I remember even remotely close was Metallica with, the Call of Cthulhu. I'm like, yeah, that's the only band I know at the time that had any Lovecraft influence type stuff. And it just kind of like became that way.
Yeah, maybe Yog-Sothoth from Canada,
Yeah.
But yeah, there wasn't much. As time went on, it got a little more.
Oh, yeah. But earlier, Roy, you were asking about like the death metal scene and how people kind of trickled in.
Right.
I mean, early on, there were no death metal shows.
The younger ones.
It would be metal shows.
The atheists and those type of people. The obituaries. Were they the younger people going to the Massacre shows hypothetically, and then
they were a couple. They were a couple of years younger than me, but they were from Brandon, Florida. So I remember seeing their first show when they were Exekutioner, and they played in a parking lot at Royden Music, I believe is where that show was. So you would have these one-off shows like that, or you would go to someone like, say, like Avatar, who became Sabotage. You'd go to like metal shows, local metal shows, and there would be a small handful of people that like death metal. Like for people that weren't around
in our little
back
corner.
then.
You had to like convert them, right? Yeah. From thrash or metal.
Well, yeah, some of these people, like, they're like, oh man, I love that song Fast as a Shark. It's so fast. So you'd be like, oh, here, let me make you a tape of some other stuff. So you would record like a cassette comp for people.
Yeah, right. That was a lot of that. A lot.
Yeah.
They would be like, those vocals are horrible. Or they would be like, oh my God, this is amazing. It wasn't for everybody. It wasn't for everybody. But, back then, slowly someone would start, you get more and more people into this music. So, early on you get like Ravage, who became Atheist.
Yes. Yep.
You get Exekutioner. Mantas, Death, Amon became Deicide. But like, for instance, the reason Obituary, the reason they changed their name from Exekutioner was because Seth Putnam.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Exekutioner was in, the band Exekutioner with Seth Putnam playing with him. He was staying at Cam's apartment. What was it? Terry Butler, you, and Rick Rozz.
Yep.
So yeah, they played a show in Tampa, and they were hanging out. He was funny as hell. I remember one of the guys was like obese, and he's like, oh, you fat fuck, like. Even though it wasn't anal cunt, he wasn't doing anal cunt yet.
Right.
He had that humor.
Break the silence, right?
Yeah, he had the humor. Yep.
Oh yeah, he just had that dark humor. He loved pushing buttons. But then Exekutioner is like, oh man, there's already a band with an album.
Right.
So then they switch it to Exekutioner with just the X.
The X, yep.
That was before the whole extreme, like the 90s thing.
Right.
So luckily they got rid of the X logo and they just changed it to Obituary.
Yeah. More Brandon people.
Yeah. So at that time, it was just a slow build for people. Sometimes there would be like a metal guitarist or a metal drummer that wasn't into it, but his friends would be wanting to do like a death metal band or a thrash metal band.
Right.
So they would just take the musicianship of these people,
Yeah.
And they would eventually, sometimes they would do it just to play. Sometimes they didn't really like it. They would do it to do a band but then eventually when you started getting these labels like Earache Records around, then people are like, oh man, we're going to be like Van Halen. So
I would even be curious, like how would an Earache Records or how would Roadrunner or whatever even find out about like what was going on down there? Either one of you guys think you could answer?
I think a lot of it had to do. Monty Connor, for one, was really good friends with a lot of us. So was Borovor before Borovor became what he became. But long before, back in the college days when they had college radio stations. I think Monty was doing one up there in New York or somewhere in the tri-state area. He was doing, and that's the thing. That's also something that Mark kind of touched on. We only had the college radio stations. We were lucky in Orlando because, believe it or not, Jen from Genitortures went to Rollins College, and she did a show every Wednesday night, and it would be late night. It'd be like you'd have to tune in at midnight, and it would go from midnight to 3 a.m. That's so they just give her this little pocket, and she would play a lot of hardcore punk stuff. But every once in a while, she'd put on an extreme death metal band or something, or before that it was thrash or whatever. Right. She'd throw it on at the end of her show. And I remember Massacre got invited to go to do, and this was right when we did the second demo, the Chamber of Ages demo. And, we got invited to go to play the demo on, and then somehow Fred convinced her for us to come in the studio. So, we went, me and Rick went down there to be in the studio during the Chamber of Ages, and I think we played the song Chamber of Ages. I believe that's what it was. But that's also what we had. And like I said, Monty Connor had it up there. And there was a lot of other college radio DJs at the time. And
that's how the music got around?
They were also in the tape trading stuff.
Yeah.
So we would get our demos out to them. And I remember Monty and they would send you like a show list.
Right.
They would have
like a track list of everything.
Yeah, what they played, and I remember Monty sending us the track listing, and this was when we were living in that apartment that you were just talking about, and Monty sent me the track listing, and I'm like, oh shit, he played Massacre. He's like, you get down the list, you see all these bands, like Riot and all, you get all these other metal bands, Ravens on there, Exciter, and then you get down to the bottom, like the last 2 or 3 songs, like, holy shit, he played our song. So it was really cool that, you get excited over that. I mean, it was just college radio, but you were excited because, man, somebody outside of Florida, outside of Brandon, heard our song. They're up there
whoever was listening to his shit.
Yeah. So it was a lot of that, I think, and because a lot of us were all tape traders, that's literally how it got around. I mean, the underground started. Tape trading is the roots of it. I mean, it's really there. And the fanzines. I mean, that's the two things.
The writing of the fanzine, if a person put their address in there.
Yeah, yep. A lot of that was.
Yeah.
And I remember, too, you got to remember, too, before Boervor took over, what was it, Metal Maniacs? In the back of Metal Maniacs, they used to have address section, right, where you could literally go and see people would put their little list in there. They like the tape traders would put a miniature list, like 10 things they had, and they would leave their address there. And then this is before the internet. This is and you'd go, oh crap, man, I want that. So you'd write the guy, hey, this guy lives in Chile. You start writing people from
other countries.
He's got the
you see Japan or something. You're like, oh fuck.
Yeah. And it was Mark that introduced me to. There's this band, and Mark might even remember this. He gave me a tape one time that had Criminal Christ. There was a band from Japan called Criminal Christ on it, and I loved it because it was like this is like it was kind of, it had that Japanese vocals, but the riffs were very Celtic Frost. So it was like the Japanese Celtic Frost, and I remember this is great. This is amazing. Because it was that was the other thing too, Celtic Frost, Hellhammer, and when that came out, that and that whole it was '84. So 84 comes out, the Hellhammer comes out, and Massacre. We did Aggressor. We loved Hellhammer. I loved Hellhammer, and so we did Aggressor, and that was one of the songs we did, and then they went really quick as well. They went from Hellhammer to the next thing they were Celtic Frost, and Morbid Tales was coming out, and it was like when you first heard Morbid Tales, it was like mind blowing. It was like mind blowing. I mean, at the time, everybody wanted that. That was at the time one of the heaviest, dirtiest things you heard besides Bathory, and it was kind of like a toss up between. We crossed up between the Morbid Tales and that first Bathory, and then Blasphemy from Canada. It was like, man.
Or maybe Destruction in there.
Yeah, Destruction, of course. Yeah, Destruction was in there.
Sodom.
For me, Destruction, I would say.
Yeah, Sentence of Death, man. I heard that, and I was like, what is this? And then Creator was called Tormentor back then, and they had a demo, and I remember the demo, Torment, and Mike Borders loved it. I remember Mike Borders loved the Creator. And Mike tried to do a little bit of like a fanzine at one time. Do you remember that, Mark? He put up like
what was the name of that one?
I don't remember, but it was mostly a Massacre style. And I was like, dude, this is not how a fanzine's supposed to be. This is like a big ad for us. But he did have Tormentor in there, the Tormentor demo, and he had a couple other things in there.
Some of the fans kicking in Hellhammer and fucking Celtic Frost rules. Criminal Christ is great.
See, somebody knows. Somebody knows.
From Singapore, so he knows.
Yeah. So there was that kind of stuff, and then it was Mark that introduced me to them, and then there was so much tape trading was going on, and we would just talk about stuff, and then there was like Alan Moses. We knew Alan later on. We met Alan, and we'd go up. There was a place called Aces Records, and Alan started working there, and it was just like I started doing Comatose, which you guys showed earlier with Jim Pedersen. And me and Jim would make a weekend trek every weekend to Aces just to go to talk to Alan. And again, get more input, more music.
Was that when it was in the flea market?
Yeah, that was when it was in the flea market.
The first issue, Comatose?
That's the second issue, actually. The first issue was the one that Mark had showed earlier. That's issue 2.
Front and back.
Yeah, and we did up to 4 issues. Now, what happened was all this stuff was done before computers, so this was all done on word processing and stuff like that. And Jim had a word processor, and we had a special 3rd issue coming out that was all black metal. And what had happened was, I think something at Jim's apartment, they had a flood or something happened to the roof, and all the stuff that he had ready for that got ruined. Like it got wet or something like that. And I think it just discouraged him at that point, and he was like, forget it, because there's no way I'm going to redo this whole issue.
All that stuff.
And we stopped doing it after that, because he was just so disheartened because of all the damage of all the stuff. And I'm like, oh man, we had that issue done. It was completely ready to go. And, we started the 4th issue, and the 4th issue was literally going to be we were doing, the 3rd issue was all black metal at the time. Dark Throne was in that, and early black metal stuff, a lot of Norwegian stuff. And then the 4th issue was going to be all early grindcore, what was considered grindcore back then.
Right.
But they never came out, unfortunately.
Putting those zines together was so meticulous. You type it out, you would cut and paste.
Mm-hmm.
You bring it to a Kinko's.
Bring a glue stick, You have to bring it to a Kinko's, copy it, and then get your white out and take all the lines out, and then copy it again.
There was a lot of Xerox. Yeah. There's Xerox zines, and it was. So I could see why he got disheartened. Because, imagine if you worked, months on something, we were trying to push it, and all of a sudden it just gets destroyed because
if you're transcribing back then, if you might have got an interview with somebody, you get it like over the phone or something.
Yeah.
You had to listen back to it and type exactly what the fuck they said,
Yeah. So I think he was just so disheartened after that. It might not even have been a storm. It actually might have been like one of those things where your water heater burst. And those, it sprays out everywhere and everything gets wet. But, it was something to that extent where he was just like, and I was so bummed. I was like, oh, man, come on. You're just going to give it up? He's like, yeah.
What about the rise of the Massacre? So you guys had a demo, then you had a second demo. You're playing more shows and doing more things all of a sudden,
Yeah, I mean, really what happened was, like I had mentioned before, we'd gotten another guitar player, who was named Robbie Goodwin. And Robbie actually, some of the stuff, unfortunately, he didn't get credited on a lot of stuff. Like, he literally wrote Biohazard. It was Robbie Goodwin who wrote Biohazard. Defeat Remains was another one that he wrote. Unfortunately, I'm not going to even get into it, but he was, not credited for it. But so we did this finance tour. We're just going to go up. We're going to take a trip up to New York. We're going to go up to East Coast. We're going to do our own East Coast tour, play a bunch of dives, all the way up, stay at people's houses, sleep in the car if we have to. So we're all piled in this car. And just before we went on that tour was when Mike, like Billy was like, I don't want to have Mike anymore. I'm like, what? This is the second time you've done this to us, man. We got shows coming up, and you just kick somebody out. So, he's like, well, I'm going to have Terry come in. And Terry didn't know how to play bass. And I'm not trying to rip on him. I'm not ripping on him. This is just truth, okay? Terry didn't know how to play bass. We went and we did that tour, and Terry was a fake shemp. I don't know if you know what that term means. A fake shemp is like, it's an old term that goes back to the Three Stooges, is when you had to have a stand-in.
Right. For
Shemp, sometimes Shemp, they'd have somebody usually it was Moe's back or Moe's hand, but they call it a fake Shemp. So it's basically he went on stage and he pretended to play.
Right.
Okay. So it was one of those things, and I'm not ripping on him. I'm just telling you that's how it was. Because he didn't know really how to play. So we went up the coast, with like that. And then we went to Roadrunner, and we literally got laughed at because we were invited to come up there when Monty Connor was working at the office up there. And, I'm not going to repeat the story. I've said it before, but, they basically took us in there, and they kind of was really nice. Monty was really nice. We got to go in the office in there, and the executive guy, who I won't name, kind of laughed at us and said, we just, signed Sepultura out of Brazil. If you guys were Hispanic, you'd probably go somewhere. But literally, I'm not going to say exactly what he meant, but I took it like, oh yeah, no one's gonna follow a band with a chink singer in front of 4 white guys. That's literally how I took it, because that's how he presented it, and I was like, oh shit, okay. So we left, and I could tell from that moment on, that after we left, that there was a difference. The whole band was acting funny. Like, we finished the tour, but there was just this solemn sadness over everybody, like they were really let down. And we get back after that tour, and everybody's kind of like bummed. And in 2 weeks, no one's talking to each other. And 2 weeks later, I find out that the whole band left and went to join Death.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
To do Leprosy. And I was like, wow, no one told me. It's like, you guys just bailed. You just like left. And next thing I know, you're doing the Leprosy album.
What about the Chris Freifert saga? Any portion in that? You know anything?
No. I didn't know Chris at first. I'm good friends with Chris now, but I didn't know him. I know that he was in California.
He took over for you on drums.
Yeah, there was Eric.
Okay.
Eric Brecht took over for me.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Yeah. So Eric was the first drummer to come in to replace me, because Chuck. I'm giving some real quick history.
No, it's cool.
After 1985, I go to live in Seffner. Chuck moved to Canada.
Right.
And he was in Slaughter.
The
Canadian Slaughter, not the glam band, And he was in Canadian Slaughter for I don't know how long, because I didn't, by that time I wasn't talking to Chuck, but he was in there for a while. And then next thing you know, he moved. Next thing I heard was he was in California. And that's when the Death demo came out that has Land of No Return, which brilliant fucking song. I will say the first time I heard that, I was like, damn, Chuck, you wrote a kick-ass riff. And I don't think he ever used it again. I don't know why, but that's one of my favorite songs from that time era. And I believe that Eric plays on that demo. He's the drummer on that demo. And then I don't know what happened. Of course, I don't know the history of what happened there. You'd have to talk to Chuck, or, I can't talk to Chuck, but somebody, or Chris. But then Eric was out of the band, and then I think it was just basically him and Chris, and he just came across Chris. Even though John Hand is, again, a fake shemp. John Hand is another fake shemp. I guess bands back then loved to use fake shemps. We did too. Mantas did. There's a Mantas, I should say this. But no, there's a fake picture with us with a fake bass player. Some people will see that, and it's that guy was I'm trying to remember his name now. It just leaves my head. Fake Shemp. No, it was there was a bass player at one time in Mantas. There was a Mantas lineup where there's 4 of us, and again, it was a friend of Chuck's, and Chuck's like, we really got to have actually, I think Mark and John probably said this. They were like, you guys got to have a full lineup. We got to take a picture with a full lineup. So Chuck just invites one of his friends to come over and to, the guy plays on the Emotional demo, although he didn't really play. They credit him for playing on the Emotional demo, which is really not a demo. It's a rehearsal tape. He came to try out. He was one of those guys. Another one of those guys was like, this music isn't going to get us chicks. Right. He was one of those guys, and it's like, so he was there for one day, and that was it. It was, but he was in the picture. He was in the photo. He was a fake shemp in the photo. Right. So going back to that, John Hand was a fake shemp on Scream Bloody Gore, and then I guess for whatever reason, and I don't know the history of that part, but Chuck moved back to his parents' house. Back to Florida. Back to Florida. And Chris
told me he went to Florida too for a short time, and he came back to fucking Cali. Fuck Florida.
Yeah. So I don't know what had happened. That's outside of my knowledge.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened, and all I know is like I said, we came back from that '87 tour, and I
stole your lineup.
Yeah, I was just left. I was like, okay, nobody's talking to me. I'm not getting anybody on the phone. No one's answering. The whole, like, back in the day, no cell phone, so they just not answer your phone. They're not answering the phone. I'm calling people, nobody's answering the phone, and the next thing I see is, I don't remember, it might have been Kerrang! Magazine, Mark. I see a picture of the line. I'm like, hey, what the fuck? Everybody's in Death. Everybody's in my old man. Like, it's like, what the fuck? So, and that's happened. And then I was in a band with Pete Slate and Mark from He was in the early Incubus, not the Incubus glam band or whatever, but Incubus from Louisiana. And
when they moved down.
Yeah, I was in the band with the bass player Mark and Pete Slate he's from Druid Lord, but he was from Equinox and even Acheron. We had a band called Abhorrent Existence, and Mark even remembers them. And you actually sent me a flyer. Yeah, you sent me a flyer that I drew of the Abhorrent Existence logo and everything. So that was kind of like more of a death thrash sort of like band, because those guys were like second generation of metalheads, and they were coming in, and they weren't from the Tampa area. They were from the area, like it's called Lake County. It's kind of like Ocala area. That's where Killing Addiction's from.
Killing Addiction,
so, yeah, Killing Addiction guys.
Eulogy.
Yeah, Eulogy. So I got with those guys and during that time frame, and I don't know. They did this is of course years going by. Another year goes by. The Leprosy, album comes out. They tour for a little bit, and again, Chuck gets rid of Freddie. He kicks him out again, for the third time. I guess he couldn't keep up, or for whatever reason. I don't know. I'm not, like I said, I wasn't there. And,
Rick Rozz is in, and Rick Rozz is out for the third time.
So we get to a point now where Napalm Death is recording at More Sound,
right? Yeah.
And I get invited to come to see them, and they're going to play a show at Janice Landings, and it was just like I didn't know they were going to play the show. I knew they were recording, but they just decided they were going to play a show. Mm-hmm. So I said, "Oh shit, yeah, I'll go." So me and Jim Pedersen, because at the time it was me and Jim, we take the drive and we go all the way out from Florida, our side of the state to the other side of the state, because this is in Bradenton, where I think Janice Landings was. So it's pretty far. It's even further than Brandon and stuff. So we go out there. We drive out there. I don't go to the studio.
No, that was in St. Pete.
Oh, St. Pete. Okay.
That was across the bridge from Tampa.
Yeah. So we drove all the way out there, and I remember getting to the show, and the show had bands had already played, and I guess Morbid Angel opened. I didn't know that they were going to open, but I guess they did. They had just got back from their tour in Europe. And so I'm back there, and I get to go backstage, and the Napalm Death guys are all meeting me, and then it's all hugs and love, and oh my God, I can't believe it's you. And then David Vincent comes up to me, and he's like, "Hey man, the David Vincent voice. Hey, you should really get the Massacre back together, because you guys are huge in England." And I'm like, "Really? We are?" I'm like, I had no idea. I had no clue. And then he's like, "Yeah." He goes, "You need to talk to this guy here." So, which he was talking about Barney and Mark. And I'm like, okay. So Mark had come from a band called Benediction. And they're like, literally like, wait a minute. So somebody goes somewhere, and I know Jim Pedersen's there with me, and they go and they get the first Benediction album. Somebody had the vinyl, and I guess they're trying to get Mark to sign it. And there's on the vinyl, on the Benediction album, is a sticker. Like remember they used to put the promo stickers on there?
Yeah, hype
and
sticker.
It literally says England's answer to Massacre. It literally says this on the thing, and I'm like,
was that on Earache Records?
No, I don't. I think they were still
or
back in on
the.
Yeah, I think so. Peaceville. I believe they were on Peaceville. And I was like, really? I mean, like, I had no idea we were that big. I had no clue. And then Mitch at the time is like telling me, this guy worships you. Everything he does is just like, of course, now it's flip-flop. Everyone thinks I copied him. But, it was literally like, this guy, like, does everything. Even your stage banters are like very close to what he does. And I'm like, really? My ridiculous stage banter is about, zombies getting fucked up the ass. He actually does that. So I don't know. It was just insane stuff like that. And then, like I said, David Vincent comes up and is like, "Yeah, you should really put Massacre back together." I'm like, "Hey, I can't. They're all in death." He goes, "Rick's not." And I'm like, "Oh, okay. This is the first I've heard of this." Yeah. So I think he then tried to call Rick. I think he tried to he was. I have to say, I have to give him credit because he initiated us getting back together after that point, because he was pushing it, and then. Ironic enough, this is the irony of all this. Rick at the time was playing in the Genitortures.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was playing in the Genitortures. So Rick was like, well, no, I'm not gonna, because I think David Vincent wanted to play on the album. I really do, because he had just done Terrorizer. He just did the Morbid Angel. I think he was trying to play on the Massacre album. And Freddie was like, no, I have a bass player, and it was Butch Gonzalez, who was also playing in the Genitortures at the time. And I was like, okay, cool, but we don't have a drummer, And he somehow convinced Joe Cangelosi, who was the drummer in Whiplash at the time, to move down to Florida. And we started in 1989 and into 1990 with that lineup, which is the Second Coming lineup.
Right.
A lot of people think that's the second album, but it's not. The Second Coming was like a lineup that we did with Butch Gonzalez, and to me, it's got some of the best riffs that Rick ever wrote. Unfortunately, he never used them again, but I really think some of the riffs on there are really, really strong riffs. And, we came out with the Second Coming.
What about the recording of that, too?
We recorded it at a local studio here in Florida. It no longer exists anymore. I can't even remember the name of it, but it was here in Orlando, I should say. It was an Orlando studio. But I went in, because it was a live in the studio demo. It was live in the studio. I went in and I had the flu, and I'm like, I remember it was so bad. I'm like, I'm sweating, when you got the flu, you're just sitting there. So I'm like telling everybody, keep away from me. And they're like, can you do it? And I'm like, yeah, I could do it. And I literally just went in and just did my vocals. I'm like, I'm having the flu, snot running out my nose. Every time in between takes, I have a whole pile of snot tissues next to me, but that's how we did it.
How come you didn't release it?
Okay, what happened after that was for like what they call a peel session.
Okay.
Earache loved to do those. Earache said that before they did anything,
they wanted to have a recording of the band to make sure that they wanted to sign it for real.
So they would play it on the John Peel show?
Yeah.
In England?
Yeah. And,
okay.
So whatever reason, he wanted us to do this, and he heard it. Digby heard it, and he hated it. He's like, this is not what I wanted. This is not what I'm signing you guys for. We wanted the old stuff. We wanted the old stuff, the demo stuff. And I'm like, I looked at Rick, and I was like in a panic. I'm like, fuck, dude, we're gonna lose the label. The label doesn't want this, I'm the only one at the time was talking to Digby on the phone, and he's like, he's hated it. And then he called me back the same day, and he's like, hey, I have an idea. And I'm like, okay, what is your idea? He's like, that Billy and Terry are touring right now without Chuck. And I'm like, okay, that's unusual, really. So they were touring during that 1990 or 1989 Europe without Chuck. Yeah. So I was like, okay, so what do you want to do? And he's like, well, why don't you talk to them and see if they'll come back and do Massacre? And I'm like, oh, I don't think so, man. Billy hates me. I'm like, I don't think that's gonna happen. So I was just like, hey, Rick, take over. You could take over and do your magic. Make some phone calls. And literally, next thing I know, that was it. They were coming back. They came back off. They weren't in death anymore, and they had all split up, and they come back and then it was like a mad rush. Everybody was mad rushing, like, we're gonna get you guys in the More Sound Studios. We're gonna get you in this, and I'm like, we haven't even practiced. Man. Like, we're gonna just go in and record this stuff that we haven't. And that's why, a lot of people say, oh, Cam, you hate the From Beyond album. It's not that I hate it. I love that material. It's just that was so rushed. And there's the meters all over the place. It's just, but it's raw. It makes it I guess it's what makes it.
It's a little chaotic.
Yeah, it's chaotic. There's like some Succubus has one extra riff that we just had to. Oh man, we played they played one measure too long. There's a lot of stuff like that. So I know that because I'm in the band. A lot of people that listen to it, they don't know it, but I'm listening to all the mistakes. So all I hear is mistakes. When I listen to that album, I'm like, oh, so many mistakes, but. It's a classic album now. I don't hate on it.
I mean, that actually
was it Diggs' idea?
Live rawness.
Yeah.
Was it Diggs' idea for you guys to do old songs again?
Yeah, it was totally Digby, because he was like, he hated the Second Coming stuff. He's like, it's awful. It's not what I wanted. It's not what I wanted. I want that old stuff. So it was also his idea. It was also Digby's idea to get Billy and Terry back because he knew they were touring over there without Chuck, and he's like, this is a perfect opportunity, you know. And you know, From Beyond comes out, you know, and it's like, you know, lightning in a bottle, I guess, because we never could match it. And then you know, it just was. It was just very weird, you know. I mean, we tried to work it as a band, but it's like I look at it this way, and I say this to everybody, and it's not to shit on anybody or crap on anybody, but it's just like a band sometimes is like a marriage, and the first time that it's happening, it's great, and then something happens, you get a divorce or you separate, and you might try to get back together. It's never the same. And Massacre has been one band that's had a lot of divorces, man. It's gone through a lot. But it just got to a point where if you don't feel the same energy, and I'm talking about a band, I'm not talking about individuals.
Right.
And if the band itself doesn't have the same energy, it's not going to work. And no matter how much you fake it and pretend, and that's the main thing I wanted. I didn't want Massacre to feel like we're just gonna put out crap just to put out album no. I really wanted. I love old school death metal. I love especially the era that we're talking about now, the late 80s, early 90s era. And to me, the best stuff came out during that time. And I was a huge, and still am a huge fan of the Swedish death metal that came out during that time. The early Entomb, the Nihilist demo, the fucking Entomb demo, the Graves demo. I love that early, you know, sound of Swedish death metal, that buzzsaw kind of stuff, and all the way up to like Dan Swano's band, you know, Edge of Sanity. That stuff to me was staple. That and a lot of the Japanese bands that came out during the time, you know. So I gravitate towards that stuff, and I never felt. I know this episode is about Florida death metal, and it's important, but to me, death metal shouldn't be just location locked.
Right.
I don't like.
No, this episode's about you guys, because I wanted to. Yeah. I knew Mark had a lot of stories about shows he had been to, and and then he mentioned offhand you, and I said, you know what? There's a bunch of additional stories.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather talk about
things that haven't been talked about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'd rather talk about that time because it was my favorite time of living. You know, there was so much stuff, not just the metal stuff, just the horror movies. You know, some of the best horror movies that I still love to this day came out during that time.
But that's the thing too. Like, we would all hang out, and we would also tape trade with horror movies.
Yeah. You know, that guy right there is the reason I saw the guinea pig stuff from Japan.
Same. Or at least heard about it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well,
and also Necromantic. Yeah. Which
exactly.
Yeah.
But back then, you know, the days of like Blockbuster videos, there was one in town in Brandon called Video Who. And that guy knew we were huge horror nerds. So he would be like, hey, guys, you know what? Just tell me what to order. So we would get the most vile, hardcore exploitation movies. They would just be sitting out on the shelf, Italian hardcore, underground horror. And the guy would just order it. And it's like music. You know, you see the cover and you're like, oh, I got to hear this. Or, man, I got to see this movie.
Yep. Burial Ground.
That
one scene, man. If you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah.
There was also a record store. It was we were at my parents' friend's house for a Thanksgiving, and there's like, oh, you and your brother, you really like this music. You should talk to our neighbor Mark. He's going to be opening a record store soon. So we go over there and we're talking to him. He's like, yeah, you know, I'm going to have like Hendrix. It was like a head shop kind of place. It was like head shop, you know, kind of hippie records. You know, it was like 1970s record store. And I said, well, in this town, Brandon, what you need to start looking into is metal. Like, there's starting to be this new genre of music. There's local bands, death metal. This is like, I don't know, probably 84 or something, 85. And he's like, I don't really plan on doing much of that. You know, that doesn't sound like my thing. And then he just started hearing about it. You know, when the store opened, people were going in asking him about it. Then eventually he started making leather. He started making like leather bracelets and gauntlets and, you know, customizing all these metal boots, and metal became his thing. Like, yeah, I mean, it was just a total
foreshadowing his future.
Yeah, he had no idea. He thought Janis Joplin was going to lead him into the future, but turns out it was death metal.
Yeah. Typical story. With so like with the with Massacre like reforming, was there any shows around that time, or was it just all about the report?
Oh yeah. I mean, there was show. I mean, it's. I don't want to miss over. I don't want to go over, but there was shows towards the end too when we had Mike Borders in the band that were great. I mean, when we opened that, like you showed that flyer, you know, when we played the Armory opening for Nasty Savage, and there was one time we played with Agnostic Front, and I think Mark was there, and it was like, this was the time when, you know, when Skins showed up, you just kind of like, you know, they were there, you know, you got to respect the Skins, and you know, somebody in my band, I won't name who, just started going off on the Skins. I'm like, you're going to get me killed, dude. Shut up. You know, you're going to get me killed. But it went well, and it was just opening for Agnostic Front for me was a huge, you know, that to me was like, that was the biggest thing for me. I was like, I loved it. I loved the fact that I'm getting to, and you know, I recently saw, maybe 2 years ago, they played in Europe. And I couldn't believe Vinny's still playing in the band. I went up to him, and I'm like, oh, man, old man, what's up? I'm like, you know, I just couldn't believe that, you know, he was still, you know, active and still playing. And it's still the nicest guy in the world, too, man. Still appreciated everything, you know, and just, it was just really cool. It's kind of like a, you know, full circle, you know, coming around and seeing that again. The fact that I got to play with them again a second time, it was just, you know, special for me. So, you know, there's that kind of stuff, those kind of stories. But yeah, I mean, as soon as we got signed to Earache, we blew up, because we were like an Earache band, and we were that first generation Earache band. We were in there with Morbid Angel. We're in there with Napalm Death.
Earache was just putting out banger after banger.
Yeah, I mean, we were in there with Carcass and everybody.
Terrorizer, Carcass, Napalm, another Napalm.
Old Lady Drivers.
The Old Lady Drivers, yeah. I mean, so we were in there in that. And they automatically put us on, like, I mean, I'm going from living in, you know, Brandon, and living back in Orlando, and going, you know, working, you know, convenience stores, to all of a sudden I'm going on a full 3-month tour. 3 months tour. I mean, I've never, you know, and it was like, I'll never do it again. But, you know, you're living in 3 months in a bus, and I'm touring with Devastation from Texas at the time. And the tour split
in Europe.
In Europe, the first part of the tour was us, Morgoth, and Devastation. But then Devastation left, and Immolation came on. So it was Massacre, Immolation, and Morgoth. And then we came back to the States. We got Steve Swanson, because we realized on that tour one guitar player wasn't really carrying it. So we got Steve Swanson in the band. Really quickly did the Inhuman Condition EP. Now that's also funny, because a lot of the songs on that we had already recorded for From Beyond, except for the song Inhuman Condition. Yeah. And it was one of those things where, like, the Inhuman Condition was rushed, and I didn't have any lyrics. So I just literally went into the studio and made stuff up on the fly. I'm like, people are asking me to this day, what are the lyrics? I'm like, I have no idea. Whatever you want them to be. Whatever you want them to be, man. Because they're probably going to be better than what I can come up with, because I was just saying stuff off the top of my head. So we went in and did that. And
Throw
I remember
a couple of Haze in there and you're good.
Yeah, exactly. And I remember
the same Floridian fucking Obituary tradition.
Yeah.
You know?
And I remember the big thing was Cronus from Venom was going to come and visit. And we were like, oh shit, we play Warhead. We should get him. So he came to the studio. And I don't know how it got, like, said. He suggested, hey, can I play bass on it? And we were like, oh, of course. And the next thing you know, they're like, the band comes to me and goes, hey, Cam, we're going to let Cronus sing it. And I'm like, okay. And I got to say, you know, when you're back then, you got a little bit, you know, my ego was hurt. I was like, what the fuck? This isn't Venom. This is Massacre. This is my band. Why is this guy singing it? I mean, I was proud, because, you know, it's a band that we grew up with, but then I felt kind of like diminished. I felt like, oh, and they're like, oh no, you can do backups. You can do backups. I'm like, oh, great. I can do backups in my own band on a song. Yeah, nice. So by that time, there was a lot of tension building. And we still went out on a second tour, and that second tour was in the States, and we went out with Grave. Amazing. And then we went, we carried that over from the States and went back to Europe a second time. We were still with Grave. And then we played England, and I quit. I said, fuck it, I'm done. I'm like, I had enough. Because by that time, it got really weird. The guys were like in their little corner, and I was by myself. And I'm like, what is fucking going on? I don't even know what's going on now. I'm like, whatever. But like I said, I'm not talking shit, but that's just literally how it happened. And I remember that I got off stage in England, and I said, that's it, I'm going home. I'm done. I'm out. And I quit. And of course, Rick comes back about 2 years later, or a year and a half later, and he convinces me, he says, hey, I got a whole new band. I got to, let's, and it's the worst album in history of all metal. I'm sorry, man.
Promise?
Promise. Yeah.
Let me ask you, Cam, on that one. Was that you trying to do sort of an equivalent to Typo Negative, like the first one, where it's just total heartbreak? Was it that?
I went in and I had death metal song titles. I had The Suffering and stuff like that. And I remember the band coming to me as we were going into the studio. I had done all this stuff like death metal, and then it wasn't a full like album stuff. Like they just had like parts, and then they're like, we're gonna change. We're not doing death metal anymore. I'm like, what? And I'm like, well, yeah. So they said we paid you, and they did. They paid me $3,000. It's laughable now. $3,000 is fucking laughable. But back then,
what was that again? 90.
It was 94.
Okay.
But the album took 2 years to come out, and I can tell you why. And I'm not, again, 94. I go into the studio. The band at the time, who's it was Rick and then two other guys that he got from another band called Schnidocht. It was these guys that he stole from an industrial band to come play, and they come to me and they're like, we're not a death metal band anymore. And I'm like, and they literally have one of those yellow pads that the yellow
legal pad.
Yeah, a legal pad. And they come to me, and the bass player at the time, Pete Sasson, goes, yeah, we want you to sing songs like this. And they literally have, like, proto-lyrics down. And then the guy in the studio, the guy that was Dana Wolf, is running the studio. It's Wolf Studios in Altamont. He's like, he's this producer, and he's thinking it's going to be big. And he's like, I'm going to write down everything that I want you to sing. And I'm like, okay. I guess fuck my lyrics. And they're like, I was like threatening to leave then. And I'm like, I don't think so, man. I don't want to do this. And they're like, well, we paid you. They kept going, we paid you. You got to do it. We paid you. I went through it. And I know a lot of the stuff that I did was just talking through it. And then I was like, I didn't even finish half the stuff. And I'm like, I finally came out. It was in post-production. They were getting ready to do solos. And I said, you know what? This sucks, man. I quit. And I walked out. And they hired another guy named Kenny Goodwin, and he's literally listed inside the album. Kenny Goodwin is now the vocalist. So he went in and did mock vocals that are like me to finish up the songs I didn't finish up. And if you really listen to it, you could tell the difference. You can tell when it's me, and you can tell when it's somebody else. And it took them 2 years to put that album out. I had already left Florida. I was living in Phoenix, Arizona. I went into a record store in Phoenix, Arizona, and I looked up on the board of what was coming out, and I literally was with my wife, who I'm with now, still to this day. We looked at the board, and we laughed because we saw it said Massacre Promise. And I was like, you got to be fucking shitting me. No! They put that crap out. They literally released that crap, and it's coming out.
Well, that would be considered Massacre's Cold Lake.
It is. That's exactly what I call it. It's exactly what I call it. Massacre's Cold Lake. Cold Lake is better. I'd rather listen to Cold Lake.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'd rather listen to Cold Lake. At least the Cold Lake has, cherry orchards. So
there you go.
Yeah.
But I mean, that was at a
rolling
time.
Rolling it back a little bit. I wanted to talk about the cover of the Massacre record too.
Yeah.
The From Beyond. I mean, this was a different fucking cover, man. Like as all like of all the earache covers.
Again, that wasn't my original. That wasn't my. It was Lovecraftian. It was Repka. So Repka loved Pink at the time, and I think it was because the movie From Beyond came out, and it's very psychedelic. There's a lot of pink and purples and blues.
Yeah, it's a wild-looking cover.
And so that wasn't the original cover that I was shown, because I picked the cover that was put out on the Provoked Accurser 7-inch. I really like that cover, and that's the cover I had thought was going to. Also with the logo, it was a Dan Seagraves logo on that album.
Changed too.
Yeah, and I was like, they showed me this at the last minute. They were like, "Oh, you got to love the politics of this band." I was like showing this stuff at the last minute. They're like, "Oh, this is the album, and it's coming out," and I was like, "Are you?" I literally, this is then. I've learned to like it now, but back then I was like, it looks like somebody vomited Pepto-Bismol.
No, I mean, I think the artwork is amazing. When they redid it with the blue,
that
the
artwork
to me is
great.
Perfect.
The art's great. It's just the pink was just so pink,
and I was like, brutal.
You got your own death crush, dude. Don't worry about it.
I was like, you got to be kidding me. It's looked like somebody just puked up Lovecraft and Pepto-Bismol. I mean, I used to call it the Pepto-Bismol logo forever.
But when they reissued it with the purple version of it, or the blue version background of it, that one looks perfect.
Yeah. It's. Like I said, I've grown to like it. It's been 40-something years, so of course I've grown to like it. And it's part of history and it's classic. But at the time, I hated it.
At the time, even an average earache listener like me was like, "What the fuck is this?" Because I knew the demos. So like I seen the record cover, I was like, "Whoa."
Yeah, I hated. I hated it.
Pink.
I do think it kind of hurt us more than helped us in a way, because it was like everybody else was.
Because the other record we bought that was pink was Celtic Frost.
Yeah, it did a lot of damage. I hated that logo. I still do to this day. I won't use it. I hate that logo. It's like, you know what that logo reminds me of? The Superman logo from the 80s Superman movies. It looks totally like that. I'm like, what is this? I'm like,
I think the logo's good.
I hated that logo.
When you got on Earache Records and you were working on that record, as far as getting signed and anything, did Barney have anything to do with it as far as working with Digby?
I think so. I think most of Napalm Death. I think Mitch did too, and Mick, and Shane. They all had their hand in something going, going to Digby and going, "Hey man, you really should sign them.
Really should put this out."
Everybody else, loves their demos, and that's also probably what pushed him to say, when he heard the Second Coming stuff, was like, "This is not what I signed you for." Right. He was literally like, "That's not what I wanted." So yes, I think Napalm Death, and against David Vincent, I believe they all had their hand in helping us get signed, because they really wanted that early stuff. And a lot of people need to remember, From Beyond came out in 91, but the songs that are on From Beyond were written in 85, 86, right? And 86. So they're even further back than, so that's why I appreciate those songs. I respect those songs. I love the legacy of those songs. There's a lot of stuff that I don't like. Of course, the album cover. I hate the cover.
There's a legacy of just having Death and Massacre too, in a way, because have shared members, and that was always a thing for like a younger listener like myself at the time, where it's like, okay, here's this band I like, they're Death,
Yeah.
And then here's another band that has some of the members of Death, Massacre, But it was so maybe weird. I hadn't heard the demo at that stage, and I was like, "Oh, who the fuck is this?"
Yeah, I mean,
because it's Leprosy. Damn.
Yeah, and it was so weird because a lot of people still to this day think that Massacre is is the members from Death that fell away, right. Not realizing that Death was we're all together.
It's all
it's all together, and it literally
getaway.
And a lot of people say some bull crap. There's a lot of bull crap about me, like I hate Chuck or something like that. No, I don't hate Chuck. Chuck is the staple. The guy, like I said earlier in this podcast, he was a genius.
Right.
I watched him in 1 year from 84 through 85 go from an average guitar player to what he was becoming, and he continued on as a
innovating.
brilliant guitar player and a brilliant musician, and you can't not. Why would I hate the guy that made death metal staple? I mean, he's literally one of the. If death metal was a book with several staples in it, he's one of the staples that's holding that binding together. There's no way I'm going to hate that guy. No way. So I respect and love what he did for this scene, because if it wasn't for him, it wasn't for some of the other guys like Paul Speckman and all the people in different areas of the world. Yes.
Killjoy.
Death metal would not be what it is, because these guys were the staple. They were the binding, the back of the book, the whole, that's them. So I highly respect them. Highly respect them. A lot of people say I'm in there
he was
too,
amazing.
Yeah.
I remember a band that he was really into that had some amazing guitar work is, back when we first met you guys, we would talk about bands and we would make tapes of stuff we didn't have. And there was that French band, Sortilege.
Yeah.
And he absolutely loved that band. Mm-hmm. They were so good. That was a record me and my brother had. They had an EP and then the first full album. Mm-hmm. Just amazing guitar work. That was like a huge influence, I feel like, on some of the earlier Massacre stuff.
Oh, definitely.
As far as some of the, just technical type riffing. Also, too, as far as this is a question I have for you, because I thought about it recently and I was trying to pinpoint it. Was the album that made like bands internationally want to come to more sound, was it the Leprosy album? Was that the one?
I don't know if it was much Leprosy as it was. I mean, you got to think about like what that time era. So you got the Leprosy that just came out of More Sound, and then you had also Morbid Angel, that came out, and then there was.
But Leprosy came out first.
Yeah, it did. It was 87.
So I would say that's the one, because I mean, how studios were back then.
Yeah.
Like when you would walk into a studio, just like if you walked in to get guitar lessons, you couldn't get metal guitar lessons. The guy knew Eric Clapton, or Dave Gilmour. So, when they would hear metal, it was just, it was horrifying to them. When you would walk into a studio, even like a 4-track studio, they'd be like, it's just a bunch of screaming.
Yeah.
And
I remember that.
A lot of albums didn't, they were raw. I like raw and brutal production. That's what's so great about the tape trading days. It's just so raw and primal. Mm-hmm. But back in those days, when that Leprosy album got released, people around the world would hear this and be like, wait a minute, this album is so heavy, but the production is so good. The people in that studio, like finally there's some people that understand this music that we're playing.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people give, Scott credit, and I do. Scott was there, definitely Scott.
Oh, yeah.
But the more, the brothers are there too, and they barely.
Oh, yeah, they were amazing.
Yeah, they barely get they don't get enough, I guess, attention or get enough credit, because Tom was the one on the beginning of From Beyond. It has Dawn of Eternity. Everyone knows Dawn of Eternity. That's like, but if it wasn't for the atmosphere, if it wasn't for the wind and the storm and then the keys that come in, because Tom Morrison was the one that did that. We just played it. We just played it and was just like, if we were raw and we're like, we're just death metal, fuck it. He's like, no, let me try something. And he added that to it. If it wasn't for him adding that to it and adding that atmosphere, and then when we heard him do that, we were like, hey, can you do the Chamber of Ages beginning? We were like, and so he did that, and we were like, oh, well, now this is great. Now this is
Is it the truth that in the recordings that were done at More Sound, they used the same drum setup all the time?
They had 2 different rooms there. They had an A room and a B room, and I do believe that they would, in the B room was where they did most of the drums. They'd have a studio kit, and they would. Right. They'd push everybody to play on that studio kit. Now, I remember when Mike Browning did the key, because I went in there to do, backup vocals. They were there before us. Mike was like, no, I got to bring my kit in. So Mike had his own kit up in there. And I do believe Billy was suggested using his own kit because Billy was like, really, I'm going to use this sonar kit. This is what I want to use.
Yeah, this is what he was used to using.
And Mike Browning has a large drum set.
Yeah. So Mike had that big drum set, and I think when Nasty Savage even recorded there, that Curtis brought in his kit.
Yeah.
But yeah, they did have a studio, kit.
It wasn't like, they brought like atmosphere, but it was something about like the mastering, or I don't know, like they would, I don't know.
Yeah,
they seem to have just a better. They understood the music.
Right.
Yeah.
They had more of an understanding. They talked to a lot of the people. Tampa, a lot of bands started recording there.
Right.
And recently, Morris Sound Studios is now a historic landmark. They have the sign outside.
Right.
But what happened is it was that Death Leprosy album, but bands then would want to come to Morris Sound. So when these bands would come, we would always go there and hang out with bands.
Right.
Like Napalm Death. We had met Mick in '89. He came to Tampa with the guy from Ripping Headaches.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
And he came by our house. He wanted to trade records, a lot of obscure Japanese 7 inches and stuff. And he came in with his girlfriend from England. So we knew him. But then when Napalm Death came back, it was cool hanging out with those guys again. We saw Sepultura was there. We hung out with those guys. They were really cool. Atrocity was recorded. And let me ask you this one, Cam. You might have known him. I didn't know him back in the day, but when Sepultura was recording, they were recording Arise. Mm-hmm. They played a show in Brandon where we opened up for Nocturnus. I can't remember if it was Nocturnus and Obituary.
Okay. But
anyways, during that show, I'm out there singing. The guys in Sepultura are just in the front row. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Well, that's because, they had a night off. They just came out to hang out. It was like a really good show. But when I moved to Colorado, when I moved to just south of Denver, I was looking to buy a pinball machine, and I was looking for some certain themes, like horror themes, like Freddy Krueger was one of them. Mm-hmm. And this guy's like, man, you seem to like this horror movie stuff. Talk to this guy, John. So he's like, talk to him. He really deals a lot in arcade machines and pinball. So when I was talking to this guy, he realized who I was. His name's John Thorns Jamshed, and he owned Full Moon Productions.
Right. Okay, yeah.
And back then the scene was so small. Did you ever know him? Did you ever meet him back in the day?
I don't recall meeting him. I know the name, but I don't recall meeting him.
Yeah, no, I don't either. And he was putting out some black metal back then, which was pretty obscure.
I tracked him through the mail for years.
Oh, yeah.
But I never met him.
But he said, yeah, I saw you guys play a couple times. I was hanging out with the guys at Sepultura when you were playing. And I'm like, how the hell did I not know you?
Yeah, I know.
But then I saw a photograph. I think he was like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. He's like a really cool guy, but I think he had a different, I think he hung out with maybe more of a clean cut crowd of people.
Okay.
So yes. I don't know, but I mean, really cool guy. And it was just, I'm like, how did I not know you? You're in like this extreme music scene. Everyone back early on, you knew everyone because it was so small, but then it kept growing and growing, more bands kind of working out into the scene.
Yeah. And then what would what would a typical like Friday or Saturday or like say in the Tampa, like 88 through like 90, 91, was there like a show like New York where there's like a show every weekend?
No.
Not much? No.
No. I mean,
it wasn't that big yet.
Okay.
I'd say 1990 it started picking up a little bit more.
Yeah, that's about.
Then more, not so much small shows, but I mean, death metal shows were kind of small back then anyway,
Yeah. I mean, the big show, the big show, I think this was basically recently talked about from Paul from Cynic. He said that he was at the show where it was Genocide, when they were called Amon, Obituary, and not sure if it was Morbid Angel or Nocturnus. I can't remember at the time, but they all played in this airplane hangar. Right. And this is the famous show that you hear about that, you know, when Amon came out, they had these Virgin Mary statues. They were full of blood, real blood, pig's blood or something. And then Glenn kicks them off the stage, and somehow somebody lets 2 pit bulls out. And then you got to think how dangerous this is. This is Tampa. This is Tampa. This just shows you how Tampa rolled back. This is Tampa rolled like this. You know, you got a middle of a pit. You got a pit going on. Deicide's coming out. Amon's coming out playing. They kick over these Virgin Marys full of blood and let 2 pit bulls loose. I mean, the fact that no one got torn in half is just amazing. But everybody was just out there like, you know, going ape shit, and these 2 pit bulls are just licking up this virgin blood.
You can see Trevor Perez in a picture at that show, the dog eating the guts.
Yeah. So that's that famous show. So a lot of us were at that show.
Thank you, brother.
You know, it was a staple show that a lot of us were at. You know, I mean, many of us were at that show, and it was one of those ones where it's like, this is now, we knew at that point this shit's getting real. You know, it's like it's like now it's getting real. You know, it's getting to, it kind of moved up a level from being, you know, the Ruby shows or the house party shows. There was a lot of house party shows or field shows like Mark was saying.
It wasn't this show though, right?
It might have been that one. No, that's Sunset Club.
Yeah.
Yeah. I never really knew Glenn Benton that good. Like the Hoffman brothers, those guys were great.
Yeah, I know the Hoffman brothers too more than I knew Glenn. I didn't know Glenn.
I don't know. I never really knew the guy. I just remember one time around 1990, I think it was at the Masquerade. I was backstage and I was walking backstage and I was talking to someone. I was like, God damn, you know, and he was like, hey, watch your mouth. And I looked over, he's like, my kid's here. And it was Glenn. And I'm like, oh, the guy that writes blasphemous lyrics, that was too much. And he was getting really pissed, you know. But a couple of years ago in Denver, they played a show. It was a Deicide show. And I don't know, he had announced at the beginning of one of the songs, he's like, look, a couple nights ago in whatever city it was, someone jumped on stage and stage jive. The mic hit me in the mouth. I could have broke a tooth. So we ain't doing that shit tonight. And I thought, wait, is everyone going to start laughing?
Yeah.
And some people are cheering, and I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That doesn't even happen at a Madonna concert. Like, she doesn't, like, this is a death metal show. And I don't know, I just felt like that was kind of weak. I'd say for a metal show, that was one of the weakest things I think I've ever heard in the history of going to a death metal show. I was like, that's kind of weak.
It's gotten weird. You know, a lot of us, you know, I'm not going to speak bad but a lot of us are old. So,
I'm really old.
I love it. You know, I still get out there.
18-year-old fucking kid knocking your ass down.
I still get out there, and some people are like amazed that I do, but I still get out there and I jump down into the pit, and people are like,
oh,
what are you doing, old man? What the fuck are you doing here? I'm like, you know, I'll still do it. I still do it. But, you know.
A picture from the crowd here. Question from Sam Biles. He said, I'd love to hear what Kam thought of Pain Eater when he first heard them, and did Massacre and Pain Eater ever play together? So
we never played together, but I fucking loved it because I think I put you guys in the first Comatose, didn't I?
Yeah, first one. Yes.
Yeah. So I loved Pain Eater. I knew Mark, but then when I heard the Pain Eater, I was like, this is way ahead of its time. This is amazing, and me and Jim loved it.
We photos of Mark, and like he's standing in the back over here.
Oh yeah,
like a little kid almost, and there's you right there.
There's
right?
Mark, me, and Billy. Yeah.
That's at Bill's garage. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, this in the garage. This isn't at a show.
No, that's
Bill's garage.
No doubt. And then also looking very young in the crowd over here too.
Oh yeah, there's Mark in front of Mike Borders. Yep, that's our show at the side streets. Side streets. That's the show where we had to go and get Freddie in the band because you know, Billy decided to fire, you know, Alan like 2 weeks before, and I'm like, what? Why?
The other maniacs up front in this?
Yeah, let's see. I'm trying to see who that is.
Bob White behind you, but I could
Bob's right behind
that's Bob White.
I can't tell who anybody else is.
Yeah. Small scene back then, though, you know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's 80s.
Oh, there's Mark singing. Yeah, Mark doing some backups growls there. Yep. Yep.
You were skinny back then, Mark.
We all were.
Yeah.
Well, except
that's what happens when you have to take your food money and buy records with it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Malnourished for the cause.
Exactly. We talked about that earlier before you got on here. How I was saving up all my lunch money to go on weekends and buy I
think we're all equal in that, That's how we got our things. And you went to the record store and you literally had to look at the fucking cover. Like there was no record player in the store ever.
No.
And like you said, that's rare to even have where they let you play the records before you buy them.
Yeah, I remember the record store that did it here was called Wax Tree. They were here forever, the longest time. Bob was a really cool guy in Wax Tree, and it was it was near the college, so I think that's why he put the record players in there and would let kids come in to listen. And he was there. He was staple, for years, and we knew him. Unfortunately, he took his own life towards the end.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been to Ace's Records in 1991 because I was on tour with AC and Incantation, and James Murphy was working there behind the counter.
Oh, I remember when James
bought the Raging Death record from there, which was kind of cool,
Okay, was that still in the flea market at the time, or was it then moved to its regular?
Like a glass storefront, from what I remember.
Okay, it moved to its store by that time.
Yeah. And then I bought the Raging Death record, and then I tried to bring it home in the van, but it was so fucking hot. The thing is like a weird frisbee now, It's like
oh, really? That sucks. That happened to my Fudge Tunnel record, actually.
It's so cool though that I bought that there because it has like Ravage on it, Exekutioner, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
definitely a classic. As far as compilation death metal records, that would definitely be like one of that fucking A plus ones at the time.
Oh yeah. Dave Vincent used to work there too. James Murphy, Dave Vincent.
Alan Moses.
Yeah, Alan used to work there.
Them earlier, so I had been in there once, years and years ago. It was cool at the time.
It became sort of like the staple place. I mean, like I said, by after we had Wax Tree in Orlando, and then if there wasn't anything that Bob was getting, we're like, me and Jim would go, oh shit, we got to drive to Ace. We got to take the drive.
Yeah, it was a huge record store.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, being in like a Central Florida situation, like, are you that mobilized where you say, we're going to go to Lakeland, we're going to go to Ocala, we're going to go to Tampa, we're going to go to,
I think back then we were, but we weren't so cheap. Plus gas wasn't as expensive as it is now. But back then we were just like, oh shit, fuck it, let's just do it.
Right.
And then again, with same thing, except we're a little older. We're in our 20s now. We're like, maybe we could skip dinner and lunch just so we could get the gas, and then maybe just eat really cheap, like get a McDonald's burger. Or something, something.
Or even maybe a good thing for the bands, because you have like this like area where you geographically you could have, Massacre and Obituary over here, Morbid Angel over here, and Nocturnus, and what I mean, like a whole little.
It was just back then it was at a time where it was death metal was starting to get their own shows, 2-3 bands,
right?
But they weren't overlapping. So when there was for most of the hardcore fans, when there was a show, you would drive to it, whether it would be in Ocala, Lakeland, St. Pete, Clearwater, Brandon, Florida. So yeah, like you just wanted to go to every show.
Right.
It was basically your life. You knew the people; they were your friends. Then now death metal is at a point.
Demos were there, right? And the zines possibly, or you met some people from a band and then they joined your fucking band. Right? Like literally. Exactly. This is like, becomes like a family situation where like you go and you don't know these people when you first go to the first show, but you might find some kindred motherfucker because they're wearing the same
exactly.
orchestra shirt or something. You're like, oh man, I love them. Next thing you know, you see him at another fucking show, and another, and another.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're sharing a fucking hotel room. Then you're sharing the same fucking girl. You know, like,
exactly.
it's just like, you know what I mean? It becomes like this like family bonding thing, you know? And it's like, here's
exactly.
my band, and here's my demo, and I run a record label, I do a zine, you know?
But back in the 80s, you never would have believed that death metal would have had its own scene. If there was enough bands where there would be death metal shows, death metal scene, and death metal bands would actually tour in other countries,
right?
And have fans, like, getting to that level. You never would have.
I think the thing that really, like, was just mind blowing for that time, and this video's on, is the fact when we all played the Rocky Point Beach Resort, that just did something, and it was just a fluke. I mean, how it came together. You got Hell Witch, you got us, you got Exekutioner before they were Obituary, you got the band Havoc, Morbid Angel, and there was 2 other bands I don't remember. And it was like, I think that's the official first death metal festival in the world. I actually do. I do think it's...
Yeah, that might have been.
Yeah.
Now, one thing about that show, when Morbid Angel got on stage, the sky turned black.
Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
So, you know.
I do have a video of this.
Yeah.
If you guys want to watch it, and then that put some context on the 50 or 60 fucking people that have been watching this the whole time.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, man. Appreciate everybody that's been supporting too.
Yeah, thanks for everybody.
I noticed you guys are quiet in the chat because I know you're listening to all the fucking knowledge like I am. You know.
Yeah.
It is good to hear you guys talk about like the old scene, and I know I could bring different shit out of people, but because I ask these weird questions like, "Oh, where did you record that?" You know.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
So like like I kind of just the curiosity factor. It's
No, I wanted to do a real deep dive. Other than like some of the stereotypic topics you hear, I wanted to go even further.
And beyond that too, if you got a demo tape or a dub from somebody, you don't know shit about that. You just know the 4 songs, and you might like the band, you know. But you don't always know like where was this made or you know, what was this recorded. I noticed Cam put on the old stuff. Recorded with no vocal effects, which was the thing back in the day. You would say,
yeah. That was
recorded with no vocal effects, man. You know, because like
that was kind of like a inside joke because at the time I remember there were some bands that were coming out and like Freddy Krueger again was a big thing, and I remember people saying, "Are you doing what Freddy Krueger's doing? Are you pitching your voice?" And I'm like, I don't need to push my voice. I would like do that kind of stuff. And then, Genocide came out and then kind of like Glenn did something that, I give him credit for this. Glenn did something that nobody else had done at the time. And I'm like, Glenn layered his vocals.
Exactly.
Dude, that's fucking genius. Why didn't I think of that? And I remember he did it. I know. It's like, that is the coolest thing. It sounds like demons.
So you said Rocky Point, that was the show?
Rocky Point Beach Resort. Yep.
All right, so we're going to check out a song from Massacre live at that show.
Okay.
That's it.
Don't get rid of this microphone stuff. Introduce ourselves. We have no introduction. Well, let me introduce ourselves.
Right, so this was the first death metal festival, possibly in '86.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that could be. And
I like
another
the
thing
stage
too.
fans are always, Cam, you're all gonna fucking die.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but there's different type of ways to sing as far as death metal goes. Some people sing quieter and kind of create the dark sounds. But Cam is similar to me in the fact that we sing very loud. We're very loud singers. It's all just full volume.
Yeah,
which I like. I like that style.
Yeah,
I have the Hell Witch live tape where Cam covers Infernal Death with them. I bet it was from this show.
I think it was. Yes, I believe it was. Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah, Pat was like I said, Pat was always a really good,
maniac.
Yeah, it was
another death metal maniac, just a
crazy
Miami
fan
version.
Yeah, he's a crazy fan that was always there, and had everything, like he was more like where we were tape trading. He was the VHS trader. He was the guy. He was the guy getting all the live shows and everything. And I'm sure a lot of that early stuff that's out there is because of him, because Pat had it, and put it out there.
Oh yeah,
yeah, and but there's just, like I said, there's so much history, and just the short years between 83 to 90 is just. Dude,
that's what I'm saying. That's
so much that just.
That's why we have both you guys on too, just to talk about just a specific fucking era of death metal, because it was important to people that didn't live there, like me. I'm not from Florida. I'm from New York. Mm-hmm. I was from New Jersey back then. But anyway, I digress. So, but, like we were seeing what was going on down there as New Yorkers or whatever you call me. And then, like it was like very like, whoa, like I like a lot of these bands. I really dig the Obituary, My friend Jim Stanek is like, oh man, you got to hear the live Massacre demo thing. Not the demo sick, yes, but the live show, and you know what I mean? So like we dug into that shit, Mark knows he came and stayed at my house in 1991 and Pain Eater played a show that I set up. So like, like we tried to, we were trying to live through other states and other, countries and everything in the death metal scene, which is pretty normal. But we're going to pretty much wrap this shit up too.
Yeah, but like as far as that though, Roy, let's get into those two shows. Those shows were fantastic. We were like, we weren't doing the touring. Right. We were working on some record deals, but yeah, like, we're like, oh man, we get to play out of state. Like, this is really cool.
Yeah. Well, there was that. Yeah, like when you guys came, you came like days early, and I didn't even know. Like, I thought you were just gonna show up like when you fucking were gonna play. But then I was like, holy shit! Like, I still live with my fucking parents. Like, now I think go inside and be like, yo, there's 4 dudes I don't even know, and they want to stay. They want to stay with us, and they're like, "All right, go ahead, as long as they stay in your room,
I think we did that on the '87 tour too. I think we showed up some chick's house,
right?
And so it's us and like 5 guys, and they're all sleeping all on the floor of this chick's house. And I'm not sure. I don't know if it was Billy or one of the guys. I'm pretty sure it was Billy. Was hooking up with one of the chicks, and I'm like. Can I watch? I was like a perv back then. I was like, can I watch? No, I just want to watch. Just sit in the corner and watch, man. That's
like just this communal thing, becomes like an all-encompassing death metal fucking community of some sort, Yeah. And even when the people that fuck with the YouTube channel here are part of it for me, because I meet some of them at shows, and then a lot of. Like I can only bring together stuff that I saw in New Jersey, New York, or when I went on tour with Incantation, or Anal Killer. But, like me as a fan, I was down with a lot of the Florida stuff, the Killing Addictions and Obituary. The fucking first Obituary record was like a mind fucking fuck for me. And obviously Morbid Angel, and Nocturnus demo. Nocturnus album, all that stuff is just phenomenal shit,
But yeah, those shows were pretty wild because we're playing in front of an audience. You know, it's not people that know us. I mean, there were some old school people. Like, who were some of the people at that show?
At the shows up by me?
Yeah, it was like
in Pennsylvania, you did play at G. Willikers, so you played to like Crucifier and like Goraphobia and like people like bands like that, and whoever else was playing their bill, like Mass Psychosis was playing. I remember.
Yeah,
it was supposed to be Disharmonic Orchestra, but
they got in a car accident.
Yeah, they crashed the van on the way to the show.
Yeah,
and then I forget who else played the show, and Frantic Annie set that up, and she's the one that would set up all the G. Willikers stuff. You know what I mean?
There was a lot of great like New York and New Jersey like death metal people out there, though.
Yeah, they supported it there, and I would go. That place was an hour and a half from my house, so like it was next to my fucking house, dude. The other club you played the first time, that was by my space. That was by my house. So that was like. I lied to make you play there. If you remember. I said that your band was from Kearney, which was my town at the time. I was like, "Yeah, we're from Kearney. We want to play. We're named Pain Eater." And the guy, he booked the show, and then at the end when you guys fucking yelled a bunch of shit and played your fucking shit, and everybody was mad. The whole club.
Hold on. Was that show a talent show? What was that show?
It was just like a medley, you know, like where where you have hair bands mixed with thrash, mixed with painting.
Ooh, that never goes right.
Yeah, so it started to go wrong when you guys were singing and you only had a bass player and it was just you and everybody's like, "Boo, this fucking sucks," you know?
Yeah. The guy says, "You fucking suck."
Yeah.
And then I just stopped and I said, "I sucked your girlfriend's pussy so hard her head caved in." And you could hear a pin drop.
Yeah. Right at that, you could have just dropped the mic and like left the stage. But
but these people were furious. After the show, they started getting all together.
Everyone left, dude, when you said that, man. The whole New Jersey is pretty like, you know, kind of cool in a weird way. So when you said that, the whole crowd just started cracking up, dude.
Yeah, but there was a mob of these guys that started to gather. They wanted to fight after the show, so we walked over to the van, and we were expecting a big brawl because, I mean, that's what we did. Like earlier, you showed the flyer for Nasty Savage, Sick of It All, and DRI.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah.
So at that show, it was at the Cuban Club, so it's walled in. That show broke out into an actual riot.
Yeah.
Right.
The whole place was fighting. The police came in. They were forcing people out of the show. So we're out on the sidewalk, and we look through a metal gate, and I see a guy that used to play in Pain Eater, guitarist Joe Kaiser. He's fighting someone in the back. So we're like, "Oh, shit." So we scale the wall, and the police are in there. Total chaos. But we run over to Joe, and we beat the shit out of these people. And, you know, we got to make sure everyone's okay. You know, we're just like the crew. So we get out, and then once that's done, then we just like fade out of the show. You know, I mean, Tampa was just always chaotic. I mean, like when we would be playing live sometimes with Pain Eater, people would just want to fight you.
Right.
And it wasn't like, "Oh, wait till later." It was just like we would fight you in the middle of the show. But like, it's like you hear the term Florida man. There's something to that. Like, I don't know if it's the high humidity, it drives you to madness, but you hear about crazy stories like a guy, you know, like the naked guy walking in, you know, like with that alligator on a leash, whatever, like all that. There's something that does that to Florida. The weirdest headlines for Florida. That might have caused Florida death metal to be so big. Being in that humidity, but not having any bands ever come and tour there, Florida people were like, "You know what? We're going to make our own music."
Yeah.
We're just gonna make our own music. And even like a show we played in Ocala with Killing Addiction, it was a freedom of speech show.
Yeah, I remember that.
So we said some things they didn't like, and they kicked us off the stage. They pulled the plug.
Right.
And I'm like, I thought this was about freedom of speech. I'm a complete freedom of speech guy.
Yeah.
And well, that's another thing too. Like, there
at the Rainbow in Ybor City.
No, No, that's in Ybor. It was in Ocala. I forget the name of that show. It might have been a skate park or something?
It was a skate park, right?
Skate park, yeah.
I was in Ocala. Yeah, that's where the yellow garages are, right? With the Killing Addiction rehearsal space, and where Morbid Angel would rehearse and shit. Because I was at that space.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Morbid Angel
immortal fucking death metal space, man. Where you had those yellow garages where the bands would all like rehearse.
Yeah, most bands would practice in those storage spaces. Like,
right.
I remember going to Morbid Angel space one time, and I wonder, it might have been a Metronome. This was before, I think, Altars of Madness, but Dave Vincent was just running drills on Pete. And, he was wanting him to go faster and precise. And, this is in Florida. I mean, all you do is sweat there. It's like you're in a rainforest, but I mean, it sounds cruel, but like Dave was so professional, and he literally was just pushing Pete to perfection. I mean, he's just a legendary.
In the hot ass garage, I have a video of it while he stood outside.
Yeah.
I mean, that's.
I think Cam sent a message though, so he might have to split two. We could stay on if you want, Mark, and talk.
Oh, wait. What'd you say? What was the last thing you said about having to go?
Cam sent me a message saying he's got to go, but if you want to stay on, we can continue to talk.
Okay, yeah. I'll just go just a little bit more to just touch on a few topics, but yeah.
Cam, thank you for fucking coming on and talking about all the old school history. Cool, like I said, this was a Florida show, but death metal is fucking 100% international.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would definitely come back, talk more. If somebody wants, ask some questions of it,
Maybe you come on with the band or whatever,
Okay.
And also, I forgot, we have to also say you're playing at the Killtown Death Fest with Mantas.
Well, no, it's Massacre, but we're performing Mantas.
Oh, you're performing Mantas.
Performing Death by Metal.
All right, Massacre performs Mantas. Gotcha.
Yeah, we're playing the Death by Metal stuff because people have asked me for years and years and years and years and years, are you ever going to play those songs?
Amazing lineup too.
Going to record those songs? Yeah, I mean, when I saw who was all playing there, I was excited. I got asked early on. Daniel, who runs the Killtown Fest, was like, last year it was like, you want to play my festival? And I'm like, yeah, cool. And then it just kind of came to the point where it's like, we're going to do this Mantas stuff. And he's like, oh, I want it. And I'm like,
yeah.
Okay.
This is the only time the Mantas stuff has been done like this, right?
Yeah, it's the first time it's going to be played in 40 whatever years. How many 43 years, And so Massacre's we have 2 nights. So we're playing, first night we're playing From Beyond set. So it's kind of weird because we're finishing up From Beyond. I've toured From Beyond a love. It's like, I love the stuff, but it's just like, I don't want to be one of those bands that keep playing the same thing for the next, 10 years, and I feel that it's time to kind of cut it off. I'll still play material from it, but it's time to I don't want to be one of those bands we're playing it again for this entire.
Right, I understand.
For the 800th time.
That guy.
Yeah. So I want to cut that off, and I figured this is a good year to stop that because we're going to be picking up on the Mantas stuff and doing that. Right now, we're only playing it at Killtown, but so many people keep asking for more, and I think it's one of those things where people need to see it. They want to see it. They want. It's like yeah, prove it. Prove that.
What for some YouTube videos? That's enough, man.
Yeah,
how much more do you need to do?
I think once we're out there and we've done it and people see, because a lot of people are saying, "Oh, how's he going to sing it?" And I've demoed some of the stuff and let some people hear it, and they're like, "Dude, you sound just like you did back then." I'm like, "Yeah, because when I sang Massacre, I wanted to sing the low vocals, but I can do the high vocals. I just, everyone knows me now as what I do now." But I was actually surprised when I went back and did the stuff. Like, it's easy. I was like, oh wow, it's easy. I can actually do the stuff because I remember it. It's like muscle memory. It's like riding a bike again. It might be a little shaky at first, but then you get back into it and get back into the groove and it's easy.
Then you remember the old songs too. You're like, oh.
Yeah, I remember a lot of it had no lyrics. It was like just the chorus part, But then I went back in and I said, okay, I'm going to be professional. I'm going to write some lyrics. So I wrote some lyrics.
We appreciate you. I appreciate you coming on.
Oh, hold on 1 minute, Cam.
Okay.
We got to talk about one more thing. I don't know why I didn't think about this, but
all right.
Back in late 2005, this guy Sam is like, hey, let's do a project. You do vocals.
Yeah.
And I thought, yeah, you know, I was just thinking about like new wave of British heavy metal with death metal vocals. He's like, oh, that sounds awesome. And I was like, well, let me see if I can get Terry Butler to play bass. And I reached out to him. He's like, oh, absolutely, because, you know, that's his whole roots. And I said, shit, let me see if I can track down Kam, because before that was the last time you'd made music, like 93.
Yeah, when because the Promise album. So I was like, I'm out of here, man. I'm not fucking doing this shit.
So
awful. Yeah.
So I tracked you down, and you're like, hell yeah, let's do it. So for anyone that's like anti-Kam, I can say I let the demon out of the bottle. But no, so yeah, he was like totally down. So I wrote 3 of the lyrics. He wrote 2. We never practiced once, did we?
No. Nope.
No. So we just had the guitar click tracks. You know, it was like la la la, just reading along.
Band name was something Knives. What was it?
Oh, Shadows with Knives.
Shadows with Knives.
Yep.
At the time, after we record, so what happened was Kam was staying at my house, and we just, you know, we recorded a few songs on the first day. It was like a Saturday. Mm-hmm. This was actually pretty funny. So he's staying at my house. We're like, you know, I talk about old, you know, old men today, how we're like old men, like, you know, kind of bring up the Glenn Benton thing. So our voices were both wrecked. So I'm sitting there making green fucking tea. We're drinking green tea. Yeah. Like 2 old men. We're like, holy shit. It's been a while since we've done these vocals. And then we just go back and we finish it up. The guitarist sends it off to John from Incantation.
Yeah.
And he's like, hell yeah, I'll put this out. Yeah, you guys record a whole album. You can tour on it. And I was just like, well, unfortunately, I can't. I just had my first baby, little baby girl, Genevieve. So that band ended up turning into a band called Denial Fiend, which to me, it's almost like a horror punk death metal band.
Yes. Yeah, I had the 7-inch.
Yeah.
So Shadows with Knives, you know, never happened. Kam put it up on SoundCloud. And
it was too good to not. It was too
no,
good.
Exactly. But metalheads, I don't think they go on SoundCloud. We should throw it up on YouTube.
Yeah.
It'd be good to toss it up there.
I'm down with that.
But this is a story I don't think I've told you, Kam. It was like pre-COVID. There was this younger guy, and he goes, what was the name of that band you did with Terry Butler and Kam Lee? And I said, it was called Shadows with Knives. And he goes, what does that name mean? I said, well, you know, I made it because you think of shadow people, how they're always standing there. But this is where they're actually carrying knives, where they're weaponized. And he's like, are you fucking kidding me? And I go, no, why? He said, when I was a little kid in Texas, I had a bunk bed. And one night I heard something. And I looked over the side, and there was this shadow person climbing up the ladder with a knife. I go, you're full of shit. He goes, I swear to God. I swear to God. And I said, well, what happened? He said it turned around, went down the ladder, and on all fours, it scurried out the door.
That's awesome.
And I was like, that is absolutely terrifying.
That's
and
great.
I said, if you were sleeping, it probably would have killed you in your sleep. He goes, yeah, you're probably right. And I go, that really happened? He goes, I swear to God, man, I'm not making this up. So just that visual alone to me is terrifying. Just picturing this thing.
Seek you out to tell you, motherfucker.
Yeah, it was a warning.
No, he told you. He's like, what was that band name again?
Yeah.
But
it was fun, and you know, it was a weird transition because it's like he said, we went from Shadows with Knives to suddenly we're like, okay, we're gonna be Denial Fiend, and I just came up with the name. I'm thinking trying to think of names, and I'm like, I don't know what to call us. And I remember the drummer from Hellhammer, and I was like, he always had a cool name. And I'm like trying to think of it. Me and Sam were sitting in, and Sam looked it up, and he's like, oh, Denial Fiend. I'm like, yeah, that's it, and it just stuck. And then we had Tim Vigil, who's a comic book artist,
amazing artist.
That did some great stuff back in the day. This Faust and a bunch of other stuff. You know, really guy was before his time, and really detailed artist. And I didn't think we were going to get him. And then just like Sam just reached out to him, and we got him to do the artwork, and he designed the artwork and the logo. He came up with the logo, the artwork, and everything. And I was thrilled. And things didn't happen. Unfortunately,
What about all the Massacre artwork and all the stuff that you guys do put out, like all the newer stuff? It looks fucking amazing. Man.
Oh, thank you. That's an artist that I met and became a fan of, and Timble Kahoni. He lives in Washington State, but he's from Indonesia, and just a great artist. And I'm impressed with guys that do physical art. And I got asked this question, believe it today, to somebody said, well, what do you think about AI art? And I'm like, I don't think about, but it's just like, okay, I understand we're at a precipice in our history. We're at a precipice of technology and stuff. And as much as we want to be the old men shouting into the clouds, going "fuck AI, fuck AI," the thing is, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Skynet.
Back in my day.
No, I use AI all the time, but I don't use it for art.
But Skynet's going to.
That's the difference. Everyone's yelling
happening.
into the sky about AI's art. But like, what about people that don't use it for art?
Yeah, I mean, Skynet's going to happen one way or the other. I mean, it's inevitable. It's we're gonna scream. We'll be screaming when the Terminators are ripping off our flesh. I mean, it's gonna happen eventually.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you see that video recently? I think it was in Poland where they had that robot chasing those boars through the street at night.
No, I didn't. I need to look it up now.
Look that up. It's Terminator. You're like, it's here.
Yeah,
it's no longer a movie. It's a terrifying video.
I need to look it up. But
just picture yourself being one of the boars.
Yeah. I mean, me being the absurdist that I am. Where life has no meaning, but you got to make your own meaning of life. That's where I'm at now in life, especially after the last year. I mean, real quick before I go, I had a revelation, change in life, kind of thing. My younger brother had a stroke, and a severe stroke, out of nowhere. I mean, no one knew it was coming, and it literally, like, I canceled a tour because I'm like, fuck, he just had a stroke. I'm at the heaviest I've ever been. I'm now thinning. I'm getting thinner, but at the time I was in Mexico. We did a show. I'm at the heaviest I've ever been. I was at 167 pounds, and I'm like, I was literally gasping for air while I was doing the show. I'm like, I can't get my breath. And during that tour, I felt very dehydrated all the time, no matter how much I was drinking. So I came home. My brother had the stroke. I came home. I went right to the doctor, did all the blood tests, everything. Doctor's like, we got the blood test back in, go back in. And I'm like, okay, what am I looking at, doctor? And he's like, you have the arteries of an 80-year-old man. I'm like, really? And he's like, yeah. And he goes, you need to like start changing stuff. And I was like, well, I got a tour coming up. What's the worst case scenario? He just looked at me and goes, you could die. And I was like, okay, I'm canceling the tour. So, I mean, I know people got disappointed in that, but it was literally a case where it's like, I was on the edge of like dying. I was like, I have to change shit now because
self-care, man.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're at that age now. We're at that age.
Oh yeah, I know.
We gotta like think about it. Our mortality is here. We live so hard. Like Mark, has told you, coming from this Tampa area, coming from Florida, we're not California wimps.
Florida,
we're pretty brutal. We came from a society where we had to fight everything tooth and nail. And if you look at old videos,
alligators everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, we're not to say we're not tough as nails or stuff, and I'm not bragging, but we did fight for what we had to do, and so we lived this life where we thought we were indestructible, and then you get old and you're like, shit.
You're like, oh shit.
The Reaper's like,
oh yeah, because I mean, we're in our 50s or early 60s. All the people that were awesome when we were growing up, they're just dying. They're in their 80s.
Yes.
All these great actors and people like Ozzy, they're so old now and they're dying, and we're right behind them.
It's about the actors. It's about your own friends. When you have more dead friends behind you,
exactly.
Then you fucking wake up.
Yeah,
then you're like, holy shit, why the fuck am I still alive?
Yeah, that's what hit me. I mean, my brother had a stroke, and then I watched some younger friends of mine. People were dying. People were younger than me, and then when Killjoy died, That was a big holy fuck.
Yeah, that was it. Because I'd seen him not too far prior to that when he played in Denver.
So after Frank dies, and
then Mark.
Yeah, Mark Sawickas died just recently, and then in between that, there's so many people were dying, and I'm like, what the hell, man? What's going on?
Yeah.
And I hope your brothers are right.
Yeah, it was people that we knew, and it was just when it's different when you see it like a TV celebrity or somebody else. It's different because you don't know them, but when it's somebody,
exactly.
And I remember when before Mark, there was other people that were passing away, and I'm like, I started to remember, like I sat down and had a drink with that guy, or I ate empanada with them at a show. And now they're fucking dead.
But as far as Florida, though, I don't know what this is. But like for instance, Chuck had a brain tumor.
Yeah.
And he passed away from it. A good friend of ours, I'm sure you remember him, Johnny Longhair.
Yeah.
He died of a brain tumor. You had James Murphy that got one, but luckily he's still doing really good now.
Yeah.
And then Curtis Beeson. He had like a brain tumor inside of a brain tumor.
Yep.
And he did okay. And as far as like the Tampa scene, I'm cool with everyone in the Tampa scene, but the one thing that pissed me off was 6 Feet Under was going to play a show at the Brass Mug, a benefit show for Curtis Beeson.
Mm-hmm.
And like a week before the show, he told all those guys, hey, I got to go do something with my girlfriend down in Miami. And he bailed on the show. And the whole band, just like Greg Gall and Terry Butler, are like, fuck you, I'm out. And then Obituary was like, oh shit, Curtis Beeson, we'll do it. We'll jump in. And I mean, Nasty Savage was the band. You hear about him a lot. Yeah. But Obituary did the animated video, and they're going to a Nasty Savage show. That was like our band that kind of pushed us into like a heavier, darker, violence. Nothing mattered. It was extreme. They were extreme.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Curtis was such a great guy. We used to go shooting a lot. There used to be this abandoned sheriff's range. We'd go shooting out there, and first time, he had this 50 caliber gun, and it was like a freaking hand cannon.
Yeah.
But I do remember he was a taxi driver. So one night in Tampa, he picked up some guy at night, and this guy was this huge guy, and he was real quiet. Once he started driving, he started going off on cab drivers. This guy had a psychotic thing against cab drivers. And Curtis wasn't a big guy, but he could fight. Mm-hmm. He was real scrappy. So Curtis pulls over and he's like, get the fuck out of my cab. And the guy gets out of the back seat, but then he jumps in the front and grabs Curtis by the neck and starts choking him and smashing his head into the windshield, into his side window. And Curtis is left-handed. And he said he just started fading. He was about to go unconscious, and he was like, I'm giving you one more chance to get out of my cab. And the guy continued. So he reached down beside his seat, pulled out a 45, and shot him like multiple times in the stomach. This guy actually got up, took a couple steps. Like, that's almost impossible. He got up, took a couple steps, and that was it. He just collapsed. And I called Curtis the next day. I'm like, Curtis, are you okay? And he's like, what do you mean? I go, you end up killing this guy. Are you cool with it? He goes, yeah, I'm just glad that the ammo hadn't come in for my 50 caliber, or I'd be cleaning my cab for a week.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, you shouldn't be upset because, this guy was trying to kill you. But
yeah,
I just dubbed him the taxi driver after that. But no, I mean, I don't know what it was about these brain tumors in Central Florida. It's fucking crazy. And that was early on.
Yeah. I remember when they, because Chuck's diagnosis was kept sort of a secret for a while. No one really knew. I didn't even know. And then when I heard that, he was sick, I was like, get out of here. That's not true. And then shortly after just hearing that he was sick, he was dead. And I was like,
it came so quick to me.
I literally thought, it was, like it was bullshit when I first heard it. I'm like, somebody's lying. It's not true. Because, there was no internet back then. There was no, I mean, if there was, it was early internet. It wasn't like anybody really knew. And it wasn't like now, like there was no YouTube
channel. You get an alert every day.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, this is just his family.
Yeah.
So no one knows.
And then I was like, nah, that's not, there's no way. There's no way. I was like, he's too young. There's no way. No way. And but then, you started getting older, started getting to the time we are now. And like I said, after Killjoy, died, and then I was like, whoa, what is going on? And then other people started dying, after that. I was just like, this is getting crazy. Let me, oh, sorry. Let me check something real quick.
I mean, as far as Chuck, though, all the people that played in bands, he was a difficult person to play in bands with, which, I never did that. So, like, my personal, like, I always thought he was such a great guy, really cool, really, like, kind-spirited person, and just, we were pretty extreme, we were pretty chaotic.
We gave him a lot of shit when he played New York. I remember, for some reason, like, we wanted them to play Scream Bloody Gore, not Leprosy, and not anything else. You know what I mean? So, like, he caught a lot of fucking shrapnel when he played around in New York for some reason, in New Jersey.
Yeah.
Maybe not in '88, but like more like in 1990 or so.
I think to me, I'd love Scream Bloody Gore because
Right.
My DNA's in some of those songs. So
Or maybe we wanted to hear Leprosy and he wasn't playing it. It was one or the other.
Yeah.
So like we didn't want him to progress onto whatever was next,
And I remember who the big shocker was. I was talking about people dying. Was it when Jim from Nunslaughter, when he passed? I was like, what? Are you kidding? Because we just like literally saw them weeks prior to that. I remember, and then I heard that, and again he was another one. I'm like, this is not true. It's not true. And then I found out it was true, and then it was like he had a stroke, and then it was just like he was
Widowmaker.
Yeah, and he was.
That's the problem. I mean, yeah, I guess if people, like, I only recently started to get into shape, and I didn't do it because I thought I was going to die. But I did realize at that time that there was more dead friends under me than above me, So that's enough right there to be like, you know what? I'm going to the fucking gym every fucking I go every other day, so like that's enough for me, you go to
the gym and play.
Unbelievable, man.
You go to the gym and crank up Carnivore.
Yeah,
you saw that?
Yeah.
I did. I know. I had fucking Jesus Hitler on in the gym. Like, I'm sure that's completely fucking off the hook to be doing that, but obviously, like, there was no one there, so
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, but I played Carnivore in my gym while there was people there too. Because fuck
awesome.
it, dude. I mean, this is good to work out. It sounded good to work out too.
Oh yeah.
I played Sick of It All. I've played fucking a lot of fast stuff too, mostly. Minor Threat. Like that stuff is like good to make your heart rate go a little faster.
Yeah, it's a testosterone.
I don't like the whole like gym shit, the jocks and the bodybuilder crap, but I do like the ritualistic fucking whatever the fuck that is. The
Oh yeah.
So that part's cool.
Oh,
I
no,
didn't
exactly.
I don't think about myself as old. So there's been so many people coming at me and saying like, "Oh, I'm so fucking old, and we're old, and I'm old, and we're gonna get old." And I'm like,
I never did.
I'm like, you know what, man? Go over there, dude, because I'm not old yet.
That's the one thing I never did do. I know some guys are doing that around me, and I'm like, oh man, I'm old. I'm like, fuck you, dick. I'm fucking 10 years older than you. Shut the fuck up.
Or in general, people live till they're like 80s and 90s in real life.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah, my dad's still alive. He's 90.
There you go.
My dad, and he's riding. He rides a fucking bike.
There you go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I'm a little more optimistic.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of it too is people, there's the type of people that are like, I'm too old for that. I don't do that anymore. Like, to me, if you like it, do it. Like, I still watch horror movies all the time.
Oh, me too.
Go to metal shows. I'll be right on the side of the pit, just taking the impact and just, I do everything. Video games.
Horror movies.
I bought this cool book on spaghetti westerns the other day because I love spaghetti westerns, brother.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? So we all got our hobbies.
Whole bunch of Japanese horror movies right here.
Yeah, everyone has their weird hobbies, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I live in Colorado now, so now I'm at the high altitudes. Like, my house sits at 6,500 feet up. But I love getting up in the mountains and hiking. It's like, I don't really feel like there's anything that I can't do still. But also, too, growing up, I was never into drugs. Marijuana, drinking. I mean, it was so much violence and running from cops or getting in fights that I feel like if I was doing that, I wouldn't have made it out alive.
Get enough cardio.
Yeah, but you had to be quick. You know what I mean? You know, we got rushed by like 20 gangbangers one time, and no one even saw it was happening. I jumped in the car, scrambled, found my 45, got out, pulled it on them, and people are looking at me like, "What the fuck are you?" They're like, "Oh shit!" And they didn't see there was like 20 gangbangers running up on us, about to jump us. So
Florida.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. It was just always it was always chaotic. Just like did you, when we used to skateboard, Cam? Did you ever go to the Bro Bowl?
Yeah, I went there with you. I think.
Yeah, I thought you did. But it was like one of the last bowls in America, and it was in the housing projects. It was in the hood, right off the interstate.
Yeah.
No one used it. None of the locals used it. But when you would go there, you knew it was time. You start to see a mob forming at the first building out. You'd be like, all right, there's 5.
Yep.
All right, there's 10, 15. There's about 20. Once it's about 25 to 5, that's when they'll kind of rush. So it's like, all right, I guess we got to go.
Yeah.
I guess we got to go. And yeah, I mean, but it was just Florida. Skateboarding in the hood with Kam Lee. we didn't really do much skateboarding on the ramps or anything. It was usually just street skating.
Street skating, man. Yeah.
You would have the security guys that would want to flex on you. They thought they were little cops, and they would try to take the skateboard, but they always regretted it. It never ended good for them.
Yeah.
In New Jersey, skateboarding was illegal.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
So the cops would take your skateboard and they would run over it with the cop car.
Wow.
Dicks.
Yeah.
Whoa. What dicks?
Yeah.
Man, they try to steal our boards a lot. I mean, we would go behind shopping centers where the semis would have they would come in.
Oh yeah, the ramps.
We didn't have the ramps.
The loading docks.
Yeah, we go to loading docks. We do acid drops off that and stuff because there was no ramps. There was no place to skate, and that's why when we did get the chance to go to Ocala, and Killing Addiction was playing at a skate park, I was like, fuck yeah, let's go. I don't care. It's Ocala. It's a skate park. If we don't get to see the band, we can at least skate, But, yeah. But, then you get older, and, after you've fallen a couple times and breaking your elbow, you're like, I don't know if I want to keep skating. And then I'll just do death metal.
That's why I don't jog or ride a bike or any of that shit, because I'm like, I don't know. That's too open. Leaves you open,
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
no
I love hiking.
No fucking bikes. None of that shit. But anyway, man, thank you for fucking tuning in.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Okay.
I'm going to hit the chat and say what's up to everybody.
We have to give a shout out to Sam Biles from
Shout out to Sam Biles.
Yeah, Sam
was
was in here earlier.
My name, Scott, Chris Capozzi, Sam Biles, Trillium, 605 After Hours, Crawling and Vomit, Kyle P, Bob Kelly. Everyone stuck in and watched this too.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
The numbers stayed almost the same the whole show, like 50, 60, 70.
Appreciate it.
Gore Filth, Timberwolf 44, Chris McGrant.
Everybody here, make sure that you now go online tomorrow, Facebook, X, whatever the hell you're on, and say, Kam Lee's not a dick like everyone said.
Share this too. Comment after this video ends. Leave some comments, because last time I asked you guys to do it, you did it, and then we got more fucking subscribers and more people checked out the video and left comments.
Yeah, like and subscribe. Also comment that Kam Lee is a kind and caring individual.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you. War's my name. Thank you for all the comments. Erin, I see in there. Future say NS. Thank you. Appreciate it. Zach, Explosive Action, Diatom 94, Record of Hell, Juan H, Jeff Chapman, Carl Codger. Thank you for tuning in. You had a lot of good commentary. Stephen Goldberg. All you guys, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
This is the Underground 2026.
Fucking what's up, Sly? Thank you for tuning in, brother.
Oh, Sly. What's up? Holy fuck.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate you, bro. This was an awesome interview, right? Fucking Florida fucking rules, right? For death metal.
Thank you, motherfuckers. But we got the fucking Underground watching this.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark. I'm going to sign out because we've been on for like 4 fucking hours. So thank you.
We want to hear Roy's band pretty soon.
Yeah, well, that's, in time, I am working on something. So
Oh yeah, you're the one.
I have a rehearsal, half a rehearsal, I call it.
Oh yeah.
So that's more than no rehearsal. You know what I mean?
Oh no, it's there. All you need is a fucking boombox.
Well, no, something's happening. Something's happening. I got a logo. I got a person that I'm jamming with. We got a place to record. We got half a song. So in time, there will be something,
I mean, you got about the sickest influences. I mean, you're freaking deep dive underground lord. I mean, necroharmonic. I mean, come on.
So everything, I appreciate, dude, the live thing. We didn't show all the flyers that you send me, though, and I wouldn't mind showing a few more if people are still watching, and there are quite a few people.
Throw a few up.
Let's throw a few of these out there. So I'm going to take the banner off the bottom because sometimes it cuts off the thing. This is Morbid Angel Nocturnus at the Sunset Club. Any shows you remember from there, or do you go to this?
Oh yeah. That was a place that was around for a while.
Yeah. Where is this? It says Fletcher Ave, but is this in Tampa?
Yeah, Fletcher Ave, Tampa. That's Tampa.
Mm-hmm. See, like on a lot of these things, they don't show the year.
That's kind of close to the. That's not too far from the brass mug.
Okay.
The old brass mug.
Morbid Angel, Amon. Oh, this is also at the Sunset Club. Yeah. 1989 on this one now. So you were participating in a lot of these?
Oh yeah, I was at all these shows.
Everybody check out, I forgot to plug Cam's thing at the beginning, so check out the Corpus Mortis LP CD set. This was supposed to be showed at the beginning, but Morbid Angel, Obituary, Atheist. This looks like the really sick fucking lineup, dude.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah. Were you a witness to this?
Oh yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. This was at the Masquerade, I see.
Yeah.
Good memories of Masquerade, because I used to hear good things about.
Yeah, that was a good sized place.
There seemed like a lot of good death metal bands played there over the years.
Yeah, it wasn't like it was a larger place.
Okay. Any memorable shows there that were your blowout favorites?
I mean, that was one of the places that a lot of touring bands would play in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when the scene was getting bigger. So yeah, just tons of shows.
Yeah. So what else?
I'm trying to think. There was a show in 1990 that Pain Eater played a show with Genitortures. There was around 200 plus people there. And this was in 1990. And I think it might have been the Masquerade that was up the street. We're like, oh, hey, let's go see if Nirvana's playing. Because Bob had that Bleach cassette. Nirvana Bleach, and they were touring on Bleach. So we walk over there, and the guy's like, you can just go on in. There was like 60 people there.
Huh.
I looked at the date. It was like 6 months before Nevermind dropped.
Wow.
Which means they had probably already recorded the album. They're like, fuck, we never toured on our Sub Pop record.
Right.
And then, 6 months later, your grandmother knew who fucking Nirvana was. I mean, it's definitely not a flex, but I think it's funny now that, there was more people at a Genitortures Pain Eater show than a fucking Nirvana show.
I mean, a Genitorture show is, a woman, and it's in Florida, and it's a Florida band in Florida. Yeah. So
S&M,
no
nudity, piercing.
There's no competition in that one,
Yeah, no, exactly.
And then secondarily, Nirvana just didn't have a name in 1990,
Oh, yeah, no, they were still on Sub Pop.
Yeah, so they weren't really that big.
No.
So this was the show we showed earlier, right? Where you guys said it was the first Death Metal Fest? Edwards presents Metal Mania, Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah, that's it.
Morbid Angel, Massacre, Havoc, Hellwitch, bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, that's it.
So this was pretty much almost the first Death Metal Fest in a weird way.
Yeah, now that Cam said that,
you really look at it, from '86, like there has not been a show this early that's been like that many bands.
If there's any hardcore people watching this, just post something in the comments. Because
and then live in concert, I love the Morbid Angel logo on this one. Massacre and Morbid Angel at Side Streets. What about Side Streets?
That was in Brandon, Florida.
Right. What's up, Mystic Doom bitch? This was this close to home then. If it was at Brandon, Florida.
Oh yeah.
Here's the Power Company. This was put on vinyl actually. I seen bootleg vinyls of this. Morbid Angel and Massacre wreak havoc at the Power Company.
Oh,
$2
nice.
cover with $1 beers in Williamsburg Avenue in Tampa. Did you go to this?
Oh, yeah.
Fucking dude.
The prices were also right back then. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like $2.
$2. Come on in.
Yeah, here's just another flyer for that. So look how chaotic and brutal it is.
Oh, yeah.
Then there was this Nasty Savage.
Oh, Impaler.
Is that Militia?
Is that Impaler?
There was one with Impaler right here.
No.
Impaler and Kabuki Khan and Nasty Savage.
Oh, okay.
7 at First Avenue. Did you go to this?
Yes. I think that's, if it's the show I'm thinking of, yes.
There's another one. They played a lot of shows. Pagan Faith, I see on this one.
Oh, yeah, they were a great hardcore band.
Fester? Is that what that band's logo is?
Yeah, Fester.
What were they all about?
They were like a thrash. They were more of like a thrash kind of band. Maybe some touches of death metal in that.
This is definitely some rare shit, and you can talk right to it, being like, "Oh, I went to that." So, Nasty Savage and Corrupt Enforcement and Exekutioner, I guess, Obituary at the time.
Yeah, Corrupt Enforcement was like a hardcore band. Craig Huffman, he ended up dying, but I remember one night when I was still living with my mom and my brother. He was like a heavy fucking drinker, and one night my mom was going to work in the morning, and she walked by these bushes, and they started moving, and Craig comes crawling out. Scared the shit out of her. It was like a night of watching horror movies all night.
Oh yeah, my brother. This is my flyer friend right here. These are awesome, aren't they?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, never seen them online. That's because they come from the personal archive of this man right here. And then Nasty Savage, Impaler, and Massacre at the Fort Homer Armory.
Yeah, Fort Homer Hessler Armory, yeah.
86, dude. Another one. Nasty Savage with special guest, Death. $3 covers.
What's crazy about this to me is I can remember that so clear, but 6 months ago, it's like hazy.
I know. So this was that.
It's like the brain is clearing out the stuff that's not important and trying to store the good stuff to keep the good memories going.
Before fucking New Year's at Ruby's, I guess probably like 85 or so.
Yeah, 86 or so. 85, yeah.
Here's another one. Same show, I believe. Yep, it is. Ruby's.
Yeah, that's the same one.
At the Corpse Grinders at the Power Company Incorporated, but it was at Ruby's. Ruby's again. Nasty Savage. It's at 131st and Nebraska. Doesn't show any support bands here, but I like how it has the map in the corner. You see how it's to get to this show?
Yeah.
So like, if we're back on old flyers, like there would have to be a little map to show you how to fucking get to the fucking front.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you were like,
it was back then.
or if you had to drive there. Here's a sick one. This one's really fucking sick. Metal Mondays at the Volley Club with Amon, Nocturnus, and Atheist. What's your hot take on Atheist? You must have seen them a few times.
Oh yeah, they were great. We used to see them when they were Ravage.
Right.
I mean, just great guys.
Or
what's that?
You never saw them as Atheist, just as Ravage? That's real.
No. I saw them. No, like I started to see them back with their original basis when they were Ravage, but just followed them through the years. They were one of those early technical death metal bands. Just amazing players.
Yeah, they are. They still are out there too, doing their thing.
Oh yeah.
My friend is in the band. Let me see here. Here's a photo of you playing live with Pain Eater.
Oh yeah.
Where you look a little like Sam Biles here. You talk about the crowd here. Do you see any familiar old faces from your crew?
Oh yeah, that's like a lot of the Brandon crew. Matt's there. Everyone has
the same white T-shirt and gray
T-shirts. White T-shirts aren't my favorite. They don't last long.
Right.
With the sweat and the chaos and blood. I definitely prefer darker colors.
And then here's a lineup with a Pain Eater lineup early 1990, as the photo says.
Oh, yeah.
Very fucking cult.
Oh, yeah. Bob Wyatt.
This was taken, where was this one taken?
On a dirty dive bar. I don't know, just wrapped up in cable and phone mic cord. And
Right. I remember you had wrapped yourself up in the Anarchist show. That was like a talent show or something, right?
No, that was just a show. That was just like Ass Suck was on at that show.
Right. Okay.
Ass Suck were an amazing band.
Was Cam on already? Somebody asked. Cam was on for 4 hours. Yes.
But no, I mean, that show was amazing because first time I'd seen Anarchist.
Yes. I
So
never.
cool. Such great guys.
Oh, I love this flyer too. This is grinding as fuck. The Obituary Halloween Bash live at the Volley Club in Nebraska Ave again.
Yeah.
That's
Nebraska, yeah.
Rubies, or that's this is at Summers. Level
Creation.
Obituary and Raped Ape. Are they a Floridian band?
Yeah, Raped Ape was a Florida band.
Okay, I seen one of their flyers. Was that at the Tree House? What about this place?
That Treehouse.
How
That might have been one show.
Okay.
A one-show venue.
A one-show venue?
Yes.
Obituary with Atheist, Nocturnus, and Euphoria. And Central Ave and St. Pete at Janus Landing. Weren't you guys talking about this before?
Yeah, that's like an outdoor venue. That's a cool place.
I see this Obituary and Brutality. Brutality is pretty fucking sick.
Yeah, they're a killer band.
And from Miami, Malevolent Creation, $5. The Volley Club. Sick. These are sick, right? You were talking about Raped Ape recently. Ass Suck.
Yeah.
There's an ass suck in here. There's a really bugged out Ass Suck Pain Eater one, if I'm not mistaken.
So when Ass Suck first started, they were just, they were like awesome guys. Paul Pavlovic, he's such a cool guy. But go back to that last one. That was the zine that we were doing.
Okay.
Anguish Mine. Like if you look at the band, it's like a punk rock zine.
I see that. UK Subs, Mad Parade. Weren't they what do you call them, man?
They were a hardcore band. Do you recognize the artist though? Go back.
No, that's sick as fuck though.
We got Kam Lee to do the cover.
When was this? What year was this?
86-ish maybe. Estimating.
He drove back that far.
Yeah, 87 maybe, 86.
Let me see if there's one labeled here now. When you send your photos, I swore I saw Ray in the photo somewhere, like in the crowd somewhere. That dude you brought on tour to my house.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, there's Ray. I was like, I haven't seen him since this photo. I thought I had an Ass Suck one it was sideways.
But with Ass Suck, people would just would yell something obnoxious out, and they would just do like an improv song based on that.
Oh.
So they became a very political band. But on the first 7-inch, there's songs like Anal Mistress.
Yeah, they canceled the Anal Cunt show that I was at because they said that Anal Cunt was whatever.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. But that's the thing to me is like, I don't like the fact today that things are getting so political.
This was in a long time ago. Here's the show right here.
Okay.
This is Killing Addiction, Ass Suck, and Pain Eater at
Euphoria,
Sarasota, Florida.
Okay, yeah, that's out by like Bradenton. Yeah,
I made this flyer because there's a picture of you sitting on a toilet.
No, that's like a porno picture that someone put on there.
Ass Suck, Killing Addiction, and Brutal Enemy and Pain Eater from Brandon at Yeah, I mean, at the time, I was like, damn, I want to see Ass Suck. But at the other side, I was like, I don't care. We just threw a fucking flaming broom on fire at the stage. Having a good time. I was like, hello, Ybor City, or whatever the fuck you call it.
Oh yeah. Well, Ybor City was a street. All these clubs. It goes back to it was famous for back in the 20s and 30s. They had a lot of Cubans there, and they'd be rolling cigars. It's like a historic part of Tampa.
I gotcha. Yeah,
and
yeah.
They would close that street off. They would close that street off on the weekends. Probably starting around 1990, and it was just jam packed full of people.
Gotcha.
A lot of big guys getting drunk and not getting lucky. They'd see us and they'd have to run their mouth, not realizing what was about to happen.
Yeah.
And I mean, there was some serious beatdowns. We got in so many fights, but we never lost a fight.
Right.
We would just say, all right, we're going to go out tonight. We're going to go to the club. We're going to pick up some women. It's like, oh, man, Max just got jumped. And it's like, you got to be kidding me. We'd run around the corner. It was just too much. Too many fights.
That sounds like me and my friends did. I stopped hanging out with those people, too, because I was like, I don't know, man. I had enough of this.
Yeah. There was one time. There was one time where these really big guys jumped our friend Max. He used to play guitar in a band called Gobstopper. He also played in a band, like a dark wave band called Cold Cave. But anyways, one time he got jumped by 5 of these really big dudes. They beat the shit out of him. So we come over there and we see them, and they're all running to their cars. There was 5 of us or so. There's 5 of them, but they just take off. They leave 2 of these guys behind. And I wish I would have had a video of this guy. This guy was all jacked up, huge, like a musclehead guy. He's running with the highest squealing pitch, screaming for his life that I'd ever heard. It was iconic, like pig squeal vocals. You could have sampled it.
Right.
So he turns around, standing there, screaming, terrified. And I just pulled back and just blasted him so hard. He got knocked out, and then I just kicked him in the head one time just to make sure.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, this guy was a beast, but I heard something snap. I saw some fluid coming out of his ear. I'm like, oh, well. And then we just went to a club called 9/11, ran upstairs, and an hour or so later, the cops are with him walking around, and he's kind of stumbling around. They're trying to find us. And I'm thinking, I can't feel bad because the guy, 5 guys on one. I mean, why would you even do that?
Yeah. And then they try to run instead.
Yeah. But I mean, you know how it was back then. It was the same up in New Jersey.
I've had weird situations that it was I was already throwing punches, and they're like, Roy, it's me. So yeah, it's rough. It was
Can you hear me?
Now, yeah, I hear you. You good?
Oh, hold on. Can you hear me?
You good? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
What happened to the audio?
Can you hear me is the question.
What the hell?
All right. You know what? Since Mark's having a difficulty, we're going to say goodbye to Death Metal Podcast. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. We went a couple extra minutes and showed some fucking Floridian flyers for supporting the episode. Appreciate everybody, man. Tune in to our next shit later.